Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 8, Customer Service for the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024 to 2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing culture and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Hoenig and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of local government. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you all for making the time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could I ask you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I'll begin with the first witness to my left, Dr. Filmer.
Thank you. Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, DPIRD. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Rachel Connell, Deputy Secretary, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Douglas Walther, Executive Director, Local Government within the Office of Local Government. I swear that the evidence given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, before we start with questions from the crossbench, I believe, Minister, you had a short opening statement you wanted to make today?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to advise the committee that Liverpool City Council has lodged an appeal to the Court of Appeal following a judgment given by Justice Robson of the Land Environment Court on Monday, and I'm anticipating them seeking injunctions and urgent hearings at some stage today. I am a respondent to the appeal, as is Mr Whitworth, so it may well be necessary for me on short notice at some stage to seek leave of the committee to give instructions to senior counsel, and Mr Whitworth may well be required during the day to provide instructions to senior counsel. But I'm happy if that eventuates to make up the time at any time that's convenient to committee this today or at any other time.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the heads up on that. I now throw to Dr. Amanda Conn.
Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Dr. Conn.
I thought I'd start us off with a topic you probably expect from me, which is de-amalgamation.
Yes.
During the debate on the Local Government Amendment De-amalgamations Bill 2024, government members representing yourself stated that it was the view of the government that amendment to that bill to enable a community-led process for de-amalgamation in those circumstances where the council itself doesn't support de-amalgamation wasn't required because that provision existed at Section 215 of the Local Government Act. Has any community ever presented a proposal under Section 215 of the Act that's been successful?
I don't know that question. I collected petitions under Section 215 in relation to the merger of Bayside Council, as I know the member for Maroubra did, because that is and was and continues to be a hugely unpopular amalgamation. And I am understanding that some of the Labor Party candidates in one of the wards are also collecting petitions under section 215. So, but whether that's occurred in the past, I think Demerge New South Wales did say to me that it's occurred before and the Office of Local Government had rejected it on the basis of an interpretation of section 215, and I think we discussed this at the last estimates where I think I indicated that if that was the Office of Local Government's view, that is the view that required more people to make the submission. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, so the Act is very clear in terms of the number of people required, but is not clear at all in terms of the content required in such a proposal. And now that the Act's been amended through your bill, in section 218CD, the requirement on a council to put forward a de-amalgamation case is very high. It requires a huge amount of preparation of a business case.
Yes.
The new process also gives you a huge amount of discretion as the minister, so I'm hoping to clarify on behalf of those groups who are currently preparing proposals under section 215, what is your expectation of the content of those proposals and how can community groups prepare them?
So, can I just say, this is not meant to be disrespectful, Dr. Conn, but the views that you had about the proposed amendments to 218CC were supported in the Legislative Council, Legislative Assembly by 90 votes to 3. So, if you take the view that the Legislative Assembly, on a bipartisan basis, overwhelmingly supported an amendment to the Act, at some point, as a member of the House of Review, you have to accept that that's the will of the people.
I'm asking a very specific question about section 215, and both government and opposition members, in speaking on the bill, said that they didn't think the bill needed amendment because they thought section 215 would work. There was clearly a bipartisan expression that members of both major parties thought there should be a process for a community-led pathway. It's very unclear under the Act in section 215. You now have a significant amount of discretion. So I'm reiterating my question, which is what should community groups be including in these proposals, or are you going to be dismissing them out of hand?
Well, the government policy on mergers and demergers that it took to the election was that it will not forcibly make any of those decisions, that those decisions will be decisions that are left to communities to decide. If, I don't know, 50 people from Urana or 100 people from Urana came in with a petition just saying that they wanted to demerge with nothing else, I'm not sure what I would do with that. I'd probably send it back to them and ask them for further information or something of that nature.
Okay. So that's exactly what I'm asking you. So what sort of information are you expecting from those groups?
What would be information like why would it be to, firstly, the benefit of what they're proposing? What would be the disadvantage to the other council that because they're also impacted by it, how this process would proceed, and effectively what the general view of those people are. If it's not vexatious or if it's not just a thought bubble, I'd probably then send it to the Boundaries Commission to go and have a look at. If it's just a thought bubble or it's because people are angry because of poor service standards, which is usually the result of these amalgamated councils, I'd be fair in relation to my approach. I think your concern, probably rightly so, is what happens in the future.
Thank you. And to be clear, I'm asking because I'm aware of at least 2 community groups that are preparing a proposal under Section 215, and they have asked me to ask you what that needs to include for you to take it seriously.
Yeah. It would be something short of an implementation plan because they wouldn't have the capacity to prepare that, but a reasonable outline. Or alternatively, serious issues that have been caused by the amalgamation that can only be addressed by the de-amalgamation. The problem that community groups have is that other than, mind you, I've got to say, Cootamundra-Gundagai, the people of Gundagai were amazing in what they were able to produce. Community groups can't produce what an informed organisation can produce.
That's right. Look, you've led into my next question very nicely with your reference to Cootamundra-Gundagai Regional Council, and we've discussed this previously, and you're on the record with your stated intention to support that community with de-amalgamation. Why did you not exercise your ministerial discretion to postpone the election in Cootamundra-Gundagai?
Because I took the view that
9:26 a.m.
taking away the people's right to make a decision in the current governance structure is a serious thing. Snowy Valley's wanted me to delay the election, and I have in front of me to decide whether I delay Liverpool. Delaying an election is a big call. You've got to give people their say. Maybe the previous mayor wanted a mandate. I think he called me a bastard at the last council meeting, so he might have needed a mandate to see whether his community agreed. But I wanted, I have in mind that if the Boundaries Commission approve the demerger, to utilise the democratically elected councillors as the interim council or the interim administrators to bed in the demerger, and I wanted elected people to perform that function. So that's a difficult function. I don't want to appoint outside administrators because my view administrators are never successful. So I wanted the councillors themselves to have ownership. If they're the ones that are elected, I want to utilise for the purposes of that. I've consulted pretty widely in respect of what my intention is. I've consulted with the member for Cootamundra who agrees. That's the right way to go. And I just don't want. I just want to divide up the I just want them to divide up the assets of their council should it proceed, and I want democratically elected people to do it. I don't want administrators to do it. I don't want old councillors that don't have a mandate to do it, because we may be talking about quite some time before they're ready to go to election by the time they divide up their assets, arrange for shared services. So
It was going to be my follow-up question. I think there's certainly an expectation from members of the community that having gone through such a prolonged process to get to this point, that the de-amalgamation would now be imminent. What is your expected timeframe of that process from here?
I'm in the hands of the Boundaries Commission, who are also a public inquiry, but also whom I've also appointed a public inquiry. I'm actually in their hands. I know that they have met with a variety of people. I know they have the material, but I know they've met with the member for Cootamundra in respect of it. So they're being very thorough, as they should be.
Good morning, Minister. You requested that the Animal Welfare Committee that I chair conduct an inquiry into cat management,
Yep.
which is going to commence very soon. Can you confirm that the government won't be making any changes regarding cat management strategies in New South Wales or bringing in any legislation in this space until the inquiry has actually made those recommendations?
I can say to you, we are going to release a discussion paper in relation to companion, in respect of the Companion Animals Act. I know the Pound inquiry is pending, and the cat management, the cat containment inquiry is pending. But I don't want all that work just simply on hold until the committees that you chair have wait for. I don't want all that work to wait whilst the committees you chair are undergoing a very helpful and important process. So
If there's decisions made before the recommendations are made, though, I mean, what would be the point of the inquiry if if the decision's made before the evidence comes in?
first, I would not propose in any way to make decisions about changes to the Companion Animals Act without consulting everybody and specifically consulting you in respect of them. So, because whatever those changes are, we have to take an entire community with us, and we have to achieve the objectives that many, including you, have been campaigning for a long period of time. So I'm not going down the process in terms of the legislation under my control, just simply to introduce a bill without consultation or that is not informed by the very inquiry that the committees you chair undertake. And the issue becomes even more expansive now following the Federal Minister for Environment's announcement of funds now for feral cats. Because I'm not sure of the full details in relation to that, but I certainly would like to access the availability of some of that funding to address some of the feral cat questions that aren't in national parks, whereby the state may or may not have limited jurisdiction.
I just want to go back a bit. You mentioned that you're going to be releasing a discussion paper. Can you tell me more about that to begin with?
Not really. What stage are we up to with that?
We, Minister and Committee, we have a draft discussion paper for companion animals that is close to being finalised. It will provide prompts for community members to identify issues, community member stakeholders, councils to identify issues with the Companion Animals Act and how it's operating. We use it as an opportunity to flag that there are a number of issues arising, as Minister said. There is the cat containment issue, which is being investigated or will be investigated by the Animal Welfare Committee. There is the pounds issue, which is being investigated by this committee. There is also a number of coronial inquiries that we need to factor in, and we need to mesh in with the animal welfare reforms that our colleagues in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development are undertaking as well. So it provides a number of prompts and is a starting point so that we can build a conversation about the reform of the Companion Animals Act.
Mm-hmm. And do we have a timeline on that?
Minister? Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen the draft yet, so okay. I only know that one's being prepared. So
yeah.
So we've got a bit of a process.
Has my office got a draft?
Yes, there is a draft. There is a draft.
It hasn't been shown to me yet.
Okay. Minister, I mean, and I'll go back to what you were saying before about, and I wasn't aware that there was, I know I did see the article in the Sydney Morning Herald about the Federal Minister's position on cats, and obviously there's been releases by the RSPCA and others around major concerns with that position and potential animal cruelty. So I'm keen to get your thoughts. I mean, I assume that the Minister responsible for the Companion Animals Act, that you'll be one of the key ministers in managing any policies in New South Wales around that. I just want to first of all make sure that we work out what's best for New South Wales in this space, and the impacts from you as Minister if we were to take on what's been recommended federally.
Look, all I know is what was announced in the newspaper. I certainly wasn't consulted about the announcement or what was proposed. You could infer from the newspaper article that they were probably talking about national parks, mm-hmm. But we've got something like 500,000 registered cats. I don't think that's a measurement of the total number of cats floating around our community. the Companion Animals Act, as you know, only gives power to control cats if they're a nuisance. And I can give you the statistic, but if I were to tell you that there's been, 40, I think it's 47, someone correct me if I'm wrong, nuisance orders on cats in 5 years, it's hardly a power that's widely used. So I don't know how many feral cats we're talking about. I do know that cats are an A-class predator, and if they are out, they can threaten.
Can I just confirm, Minister, I mean, because obviously you've got companion cats who live with people, and then you've got homeless cats who live on the streets, and then you've got wild cats that live sort of out in the bush.
Yes.
And there doesn't sort of seem to be any kind of recognition or understanding that they are sort of three different groups of cats. So I'm assuming you're saying that if a cat has been dumped or left behind, is living on the streets, that you're considering them to no longer be a companion cat. Is that what you're saying?
But whether cats roaming the street are either homeless or whether or not they're feral cats, they shouldn't be roaming the streets. Ideally, they should be taken to a pound. They should be desexed, and they should be rehomed if possible. Mm-hmm. Now, cat containment and proceeding down that path then causes concern with the volume that may, if successful, the volume. But to me, surprisingly, the success of the rehoming organisations for somebody that had not operated in this space is quite remarkable. The percentages of reductions in euthanasia of animals over the last 7 years or so has been hugely successful. So all those that have been operating in this space seem to be able to overcome what I wouldn't have had the capacity to overcome. Mm. So I'm confident, providing there's money and strategy, and strategy's right, and we get people's cooperation, that we could make some inroads in that space.
Well, you know, talking about those rescue organisations, in April this year, multiple organisations, you can see all their logos here, many of those rehoming groups wrote to you and explained that they're in a cost of living, rental crisis, that, you know, that there's also then obviously causing a major rehoming crisis, that they're all over capacity, they're all extremely underfunded. And this letter was essentially, you know, desperately asking you for some funding for the next round in funding to be able to continue to do that rehoming work. I assume you've seen this letter, or do you need to? Would you like me to hand up the copy of it?
If I could, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're up to. Does that come to that?
I just wanted to ask you what action you've taken in response to receiving that letter.
So I imagine it would have gone. I imagine it would have gone to. Ended up being considered by the ERC in the budget process, because that's when it was targeted for. Have you opened it?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
All right, well, I'll come back with some further questions on that in the next round. But I'll refer now to the opposition.
Also, Madam Chair, Mr Whitworth just told me that in any event, that part of that tender process or grant process would be a DPI issue. I don't know whether you've asked Minister Moriarty about it. when she was...
Well, the last $5 million came from the Office of Local Government, and generally, because a lot of these rescue organisations are actually collecting animals from pounds, it's historically been considered an Office of Local Government issue rather than an animal welfare issue, because it's not an animal cruelty issue, it's a rehoming issue.
The Office of Local Government's function seems to be effectively being the acquitter of the grants as distinct from much else. But in any event, I'll take it on notice and I'll chase down what's happened to it, because I've got a lot of faith in these organisations who perform fabulous functions. As I said, fabulous functions are quite successful, who are successful beyond what people would imagine them to be.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Farlow.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, in July, you announced an inquiry into Liverpool Council before a Section 430 investigation was completed. You stated that your intention was to suspend the council and postpone the elections while the inquiry is being conducted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. Thank you, Minister. Minister, the interim report was scant in detail and did not appear to be a thorough investigation with supporting information and evidence the allegations made. Do you acknowledge that the investigation was not complete and would run alongside the inquiry?
I do not agree with your description of the... I do not agree with you about the description of the report itself. I think those sounds like a press release from Chris O'Keefe. But
I don't think Chris O'Keefe does press releases. But
or by
he might take yours. He might give him a run. I don't know.
I mean, but the inquiries in relation to Liverpool Council commenced in 2022 under the former government with complaints about the manner and type of appointment of, they call them CEOs, but they're statutory officer, a general manager. And so the preliminary inquiries are commenced by the OLG. After the election, that was continuing until I was then alerted to the appointment of, later that year, to the appointment of a director, a former member of this House who'd lost pre-selection, that was given a job as a director for $380,000 a year. And then I received from the Australian newspaper information that 7 others who were either councillors, former councillors, or staff members of a particular political party had been engaged not in accordance with certain processes at the council. So I then requested a preliminary investigation in respect of those matters by the Office of Local Government. And then earlier this year, as a result of a number of significant issues being brought to my attention, and I think the chronology needs to be checked, but firstly the suspension of the General Manager, the finding by an investigative body that the General Manager did not require termination, the termination of the General Manager in breach of the contract with the refusal to pay out the amount due and owing under the contract, with other issues in relation to occupation, health and safety provisions and a range of other matters that have been brought to my attention. I requested the Office of Local Government to undertake a Section 430 investigation. They were conducting that Section 430 investigation, and then they reported to me and wanted me to urgently consider an urgent public inquiry. And I suppose the summary of that public inquiry was set out by Justice Robson as to a number of the findings that proposed that there be an urgent public inquiry. So I determined that there should be a public inquiry under the Act. I'd give consideration as to whether or not to defer the election and whether I should suspend the council. I had the power to do that immediately. In fact, that was probably my initial view. I reflected on that overnight, and because of the significance of those decision-making, and I decided that I would give notice of it.
So what were those dates, Minister, when you reflected overnight?
What's that?
What were those dates when you reflected overnight?
The date before, it would have been the date before I'd made the decision. So the report was provided to me in form the night before I made the decision. At that stage, I didn't have a briefing note or Mr. Whitworth's briefing note.
So when did you first receive the report?
That day.
Which was?
The day I read it and the date that I'd come to a preliminary review.
Can you take it on notice as to when you first received that report?
I can,
Yep.
yeah.
Can I just...
Mr. Whitworth, if you can assist.
Well, I would like not to assist, actually, given that this is subject to an appeal in which both the Minister and I are named as respondents. That appeal has been lodged today. You are here asking us questions today, and anything we say is going to be used as part of that. I would prefer to reserve my rights to say that this is part of a legal process and not make any further comment.
Has an appeal actually been lodged with the court at this stage?
Yeah.
Yes.
It has? Now, with respect to that, what I will do is I will cease my questioning on this at this stage. I will seek advice, Madam Chair, from the clerk as to our ability to continue to pursue this matter, and seek if we can do that after the break.
Thank you, Minister. I might follow on from Dr. Con's questioning with regard to Cootamundra-Gundagai merger. So the former Mayor Sheehan has expressed frustration with the lack of communication and support from your office, stating that correspondence is rarely acknowledged or responded to. How do you justify this level of engagement, and further, what steps will you take to ensure better communication with the council and community stakeholders moving forward?
I don't accept the premise of the question, because that would not reflect the view of the majority of the council, who are basically members of your party, not mine, and certainly wouldn't reflect the view of either the people of in Gundagai or the member for Cootamundra. It may reflect the former mayor of Cootamundra-Gundagai, who's a member of my party, who referred to me in open council as a bastard. But I do need to advise him, and I publicly do so, that not only have I been called worse, but at the time I was born, both my mother and father were married, and I can prove it.
Okay. Right, thank you. Okay, so I won't follow that one. And you did say that you've going ahead with the local government election, and knowing that it's going to cost ratepayers, say, approximately $220,000. How do you
Mrs. McDonald, I mean, elections aren't cheap.
I know that.
We've got 3 by-elections in New South Wales.
question.
They're not cheap either.
Yeah. Are there alternative approaches then that you could have taken to save taxpayers money and reduce the community's anxiety during this uncertain period?
Yeah, I don't agree with that characterisation. I mean, interfering with the democratic process is, and not allowing a democratic process to occur, is not what we're about. Either you respect the will of the people, I mean, imagine in New South Wales when we're due to go to the 2027 election, we decided we're going to just delay it for 6 months or so that we can, you know, change the configuration of the two houses or something. There'd be outrage. We just got to treat them. We've got to treat local government and the fact that it's a democratic institution with a lot more respect than just saying that their elections can sort of come and go, or elections are expensive. Elections are expensive, democracy is expensive, dictatorship is cheaper, but nobody wants the latter.
Thank you. So you say that Cootamundra can go ahead, but you were considering Liverpool not going ahead with elections. So how do you contrast that?
I said I was considering whether or not to defer the election. I hadn't made my mind up as far as that was concerned. I think I said to Mr. Farlow that I'd come to a preliminary view in relation to it after having read the interim report. But I knew myself it was a pretty major step to defer an election. It's a very significant step. So
Okay.
I was sort of reflecting. Really, the reason I changed my mind, I was probably reflecting this to be consistent with the same views that I made in relation to Snowy Valleys and Cootamundra-Gundagai.
Thank you, Minister. So, given that, can you now provide, say, like a detailed timeline of what steps have been completed and what remains with regard to the Cootamundra-Gundagai demerger process? And how are you ensuring that that process is communicated to all stakeholders, not just the former mayor? Or
Well, I think the complaints from the stakeholders in Cootamundra-Gundagai were that that the lack of communication wasn't coming from me, but actually was coming from those who were then in charge of the council. So I understood, following a number of discussions with the member for Cootamundra and her intervention in the proceedings, that and the involvement of the Boundaries Commission in discussion with stakeholders, that all those problems or hurdles have evaporated, other than they'd probably like the matter resolved as quickly as possible. But when that occurs, it's sort of out of my hands. But I have a role, as I said to you, I have a role for those democratically elected councillors that are elected on the 14th of September.
So,
If I can, sorry,
No.
Ms McDonald, if I can also just make a comment. Your question was along the lines of there was no communication with Cootamundra-Gundagai, and I had regular
And it was
meetings with the
more
mayor and the general
clearer.
manager of Cootamundra-Gundagai. We discussed a lot of the procedural steps. I do think it's an unfair characterisation to say that they were unaware of what was happening. We worked very hard to ensure that there were regular communications.
Thank you. And so with they've had staff resignations and financial pressure. Is there going to be any interim support offered to the council to stabilise its operation, or is that outside the scope?
If what they say they are able to do in this process, then they're going to do really well. Generally, a view is that these small councils, were merged because they didn't have capacity, and but those people who are determined to succeed in Gundagai are really impressive people. I mean, they just haven't been fighting a battle. They've actually been doing their work and homework. And even when you take the implementation plan, they say for their side that's not the level of expenditure they think they'll require. They say they don't need the service standards that they were getting from, their people don't need the service standards that they were getting from Cootamundra-Gundagai, and they think they're going to be successful. It's their view. And in the last conversation I had with them, they said, Minister, we promise not to let you down. So I have faith in the Gundagai Council in exile. Cootamundra, they have new leadership. I think the mayor's one of yours, actually, but he's pretty determined to make it, to make it work. So we'll just wait for the Boundaries Commission. I mean, I'm quite confident, and in any event, I'm going to have them do the hard work with the support of the Office of Local Government in dividing up the assets, if that be what the Boundaries Commission say.
I might come back to Cootamundra, but so overnight you released a discussion paper with regard to code of conduct, and you had a media release. So these issues have been known for years. Why are we still in the consultation phase, and when will reforms be implemented? Sorry, when?
Well, I didn't hear the last part of the question.
I said, why are we still in the consultation phase? Because I believe, for the last 2 budget estimates, we've been asking about code of conducts and said that it was imminent and that the system is broken and needs to be fixed. So I'm just wondering, why are we still in consultation phase?
Well, firstly, I do have to say that the discussion paper prepared by the Office of Local Government, I personally and genuinely believe is quite brilliant. It's captured in it the issues that have concerned me. And the timing of it is convenient too, because the councillors are off campaigning, and it'll give the council administration an opportunity to focus on the principles that are contained within it. Also, it's important because it's important that in order to change the culture, we take local government with us, and it also contains something reasonably novel, which is not my idea, it's Mr Whitworth, that I think will work quite well. So effectively, I've wanted to, as I've moved around the state, consult the sector about these things so they don't appear out of nowhere. So we've, and the other thing you've got to remember is that the Office of Local Government is an office of about 60 people, so it hasn't been funded hasn't been properly funded, not only by the former government but probably the former 3 governments, and has gone from a department to an office. So the capacity to deal with matters in the way in which we want is limited. However, those issues have been addressed in this budget and last budget. The Treasurer's allocated, I think, $37 million to enable a restructure, and they're in the process of doing that now.
Thank you,
So
Minister.
the other issue is, coupled with that, is, which I haven't released, but I'm still working through it. I've got my copy because I keep changing words in it, is the code of meeting practice.
Okay.
That's got to be...
I was going to come to later.
Yep, okay.
So with the discussion paper, I believe it's feedback until the 15th of November. After that, would you be able to provide a timeline or a binding timeline for when this framework will be fully operational?
I probably can't at this stage, but I want it as I want to do so as quickly as possible. So the fine tuning of some of this needs to be put in place. So the concept of, say, for example, disciplinary matters of a minor nature being dealt with by eminent mayors or former mayors, who they is, how they're appointed, how the sector itself has confidence in that process. I need to hear from them in respect to that.
Okay, fine. Because that was going to be my next question with regard to creating that local government privileges committee. What accountability measures would you put in place to ensure these reforms will not just be...
Look, I've got to, as you know and would accept, I have, as best as humanly possible, since I've been Minister, run this portfolio on an apolitical basis to try and enable bipartisan reform. And I've been happy to brief and keep informed local members and the Shadow Minister for Local Government, who has been very helpful in a number of areas, so I can keep consistent policy in respect of stuff. Mm-hmm. But that's never been the case in the past. So there's not much point having somebody blowing through the place that takes an apolitical view about local government sector, and then it returns to being a political vehicle again. So I'm conscious of coming up with a system that, as best as possible, maintains some level of transparency.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. I just have one last question about Cootamundra-Gundagai, and I promise we'll move on to other issues.
Mm-hmm.
According to your own ministerial diary disclosures, your last meeting with them was in October last year. Have you had further meetings with them, or otherwise how could you have consulted them about that decision not to postpone the election?
Well, if they're not meeting with me as part of a joint organisation or something, or they may well, for example, the Mayor of Cootamundra-Gundagai, I would have met him at a Labor Party, Country Labor Party conference, but they would be talking to my staff or meeting with my office, or having discussions with the Office of Local Government, and also I've been in regular contact with the member for Cootamundra, whose objective is the same as the council's.
Sure.
Really.
I appreciate you might need to take it on notice. Your wording just then was that they would have. Did the elected councillors at Cootamundra-Gundagai meet with your staff this year?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. I just couldn't tell you offhand, but there's no doubt that Cootamundra-Gundagai and our interactions with them, if they haven't been with me personally, they've been all me personally together with a member for Cootamundra. They would have been with either members of my staff and them, and certainly the Office of Local Government, Mr Whitworth, and them. So Cootamundra-Gundagai has taken a very substantial portion of all our time since the election.
I'm going to move on to this discussion paper that was released on councillor conduct and meeting practices.
Sure.
Noting that it was only released this morning, which I have to assume was deliberately so that we couldn't read it with enough detail to ask
no, if you want me to come back and talk to you about it, Dr. Conn, I'm happy to do that at any time and any place. As you know,
notwithstanding my
I'm not
displeasure
sure
about
words talking about local government policy.
Yeah. Notwithstanding my displeasure about the timing, there are some promising changes in this discussion paper, and particularly I noted the suggestion to end the outsourcing of code of conduct matters to private sector conduct reviewers and the introduction of a new framework.
Yeah, well, that's been a disgrace. And some of the handful of things that I have seen them do is a disgrace. And one of them occurred to one of your councillors on Bayside Council. That's the most disgraceful conflict of interest finding I've ever seen.
Thank you, Minister. I agree with you.
That person shouldn't be fit to involve themselves in that process ever again.
In the parliamentary inquiry into financial sustainability of local government, I asked Mr Whitworth about the capacity and capability of the Office of Local Government to have a bigger role in code of conduct matters, and we had a discussion, and the answer, I'm paraphrasing with apologies, Mr Whitworth, was that the Office of Local Government certainly has the technical expertise and the capability, but not the capacity in terms of funding and resourcing. So my question is, if with the implementation of the new framework as proposed by this discussion paper, will that be accompanied by a significant increase in resourcing to the Office of Local Government?
I've just got, 37.6 million? 37.6 million out of the last state budget to be able to restructure and retool the Office of Local Government to overcome decades of underfunding, And I think after I advised Mr Whitworth, is probably the rare times I've seen him smile since I've been in that portfolio.
Okay, so is it your intention that the changes proposed by this paper would be resourced out of that 37.6 already allocated?
The other thing I expect too is that the 4,000 odd code of conduct complaints for over the last 3 years for 128 councils won't occur by the time if we get this process right.
I also wanted to ask some questions about local government workforce and particularly early childhood educators. In the same inquiry, we've heard from pretty much every council in the state about the challenges recruiting and retaining staff because they're paid less working in local government than they would in the private sector or working for the state government. That's particularly true in early childhood education. Is there any work being done to address those staffing challenges, particularly in early childhood education?
Right across the local government sector, there is an ageing workforce and a de-skilled workforce that has resulted in outsourcing of much of their services. The childcare, not as far as childcare itself is concerned, but more so about, we've just announced 252 million to be allocated to apprenticeships and trainees to try and re-skill from the bottom level of young people, and that's to include childcare trainees. The issue you're talking about, that's sort of beyond my expertise, really. We don't license councils for childcare. No. We would only oversight their income and expenditure and of their childcare centres.
I've got a follow-up question and appreciate it's likely to be taken on notice. I understand that educators who work in local government in council-run early childhood education centres that receive subsidies from the federal government will be eligible for the 15% pay rise that's announced by the federal government. Do you have a sense of what proportion or how many council-run facilities that will actually impact in New South Wales?
I don't know because childcare workers are usually employed under a state award, aren't they? If they were for councils,
if the childcare workers employed under the local government award, this is not something that the Office of Local Government nor the Minister are not party to that award. It's that the award is negotiated between the various unions and Local Government New South Wales. Whether there are changes to the award or whether there are over-award payments, changes to the award would need to be something that is discussed with the parties to the award. Any over-award payments would be a matter for each individual council.
Okay, and
I would say that childcare workers have inherently been grossly underpaid for a long period of time and are incredibly and immensely skilled people as well. Quite incredible what they know and can do.
Absolutely, Minister, I agree. That's why I'm asking some questions on their behalf. Yep. I want to just follow up on the apprentice and trainee positions that have been announced, and that is a very welcome initiative and much needed. How are those positions allocated between councils or between different professional groups?
The OLG is working through that process now because I'm very anxious to have some of them roll out the door early next year. So they're working on that criteria because it's only just recently been announced. And I've been in the process of meeting councils to encourage them to take them up because they're fully funded positions. So, and they have to be new positions.
Is there any oversight from you in terms of how those are going to be allocated? Is it up to individual councils to choose between an electrician and an early childhood educator?
It's up to individual councils. I really would like there to be I would really like our rural councils, our regional councils, particularly rural ones, to be able to provide provide apprenticeships or traineeships for local young people, so that they don't have to leave town, that they get skilled, that they see local government as a career prospect, and that they stay. I mean, this has been the argument I've had with the government. I've got to say I'm grateful for the support of the Graham Kelly and the USU, because to re-skill, you've got to skill from the bottom, and you've got to create a career mechanism for people to come in. It was once a career. Local government was a career, and we've lost that. The only way to do it is start at the bottom.
So, I mean, what I'm hearing is that a lot of that work is still underway. What's the expected time frame for that detail on the apprenticeship?
Well, it's going to have to be soon, because I really have an anticipation that I want it rolled out within a few months, so they're in the process of doing that right now.
Okay. Thank you. Look, I had some further questions about how that $37 odd million is going to be broken down, but I might save it for Mr. Whitworth this afternoon.
Thank you. Minister, I'm just a bit concerned about what we were saying in the last session about where funding should potentially come from to assist rescue organisations, whether it's the Department of Primary Industries or the Office of Local Government. And I just wanted to highlight that every single organisation on that letter is a registered rehoming organisation. They're registered with the Office of Local Government. They're required to report to the Office of Local Government. Previous funding's been supplied by the Office of Local Government. They don't fall under the Protection of Cruelty to Animals Act, which is DPI, because it's not a cruelty issue. So I'm just concerned that, I know that if I was speaking in PC4 to Minister Moriarty, she would say that this is something for the Office of Local Government. I'm just worried that then it's going to get thrown into sort of this empty space of sort of throwing it back and forth between ministers and nobody really wanting to work in this space. Now that you do have a copy of the letter, and I'm sorry to hear that you didn't have a copy before, it wasn't given to you, can I ask what you are going to do in response to the letter?
I'll just pass over to Mr. Whitworth. At the end of the day, the Office of Local Government seems to have been historically used for the purposes of administering grants determined by somebody else. And it's not just in relation to animal welfare, it's also been in relation to floods and disaster recovery, and that shocking, that sustainability fund that the general Stronger Communities Fund. So all that stuff seems to have been lumbered in local
Minister,
government. I'll pass on to Mr. Whitworth.
Minister, my question is, what are you going to do having received this letter? As I said, let's forget about the fact that Office of Local Government has given grants to this space before. If you're suggesting that Office of Local Government is not responsible for registered rehoming organisations, why are they registering with the Office of Local Government? Why are they reporting to the Office of Local Government if it's a responsibility of the DPI?
Mr. Whitworth, you might give the committee why that's the case and what the history of it's been?
Certainly, and I might throw to Mr. Walther in a second, but I think your question is asking why are we not funding rehoming organisations? Well,
no,
yes,
my
we
question
did.
My question is, if you're suggesting that if these organisations shouldn't be writing to the Office of Local Government Minister for funding, requesting funding, and that should be going to Minister Moriarty instead, why is it that these organisations are reporting to the Office of Local Government that they are registered rehoming groups with the Office of Local Government? How are they then a responsibility of the DPI?
So, okay. I don't think that's what... I don't think that's probably the issue at hand. The Office of Local Government provided grants to those rehoming...
I just want to put the grants aside for a second.
I'd like to give some context to an answer to a question, if that's okay. the Office of Local Government provided these rehoming organisations with grants. They were one-off ad hoc grants that the government had identified, and as the Minister said, were provided through the Office of Local Government. You are absolutely correct that rehoming organisations need to be registered under the Companion Animals Act.
But Mr. Whitworth, who would these organisations write to as a minister if they were requesting further grants?
They would write, as they have to the Premier, to the Treasurer, and they have written to Minister Hoenig. But what they're effectively asking for is for the government to make a policy decision through the budget to allocate them funds on an ongoing basis. So that's a new policy area. Now, the reason, I'm happy to get Mr Walther to explain why we have the rehoming organisations registered under the Companion Animals Act, or if you want to take that up later this afternoon. But the question that you're asking is, will the government come up with a new policy agenda?
No, I'm asking, because at the moment, these organisations are being thrown into thin air. These organisations, and my questions probably are more directed to the Minister, and it would be more suitable for the Minister to actually answer these questions. If these organisations are registered with OLG and they're reporting to OLG, why would it be unusual or inappropriate for them to then write to that Minister, and why would it go to the DPI instead? That was a suggestion that the Minister Hoenig made. I am concerned, Minister, and I'm sure you can understand my concern, that it's that whole tic-tac where they're thrown between two officers, where if I go to Minister Moriarty, and I'm obviously in that portfolio committee as well, she will tell me I should be putting these questions to you. And there's this constant frustration because both ministers are tossing it between each other.
Well, can I say, Ms Hurst, your frustration's perfectly justified as well, because there's a rule of thumb division between the responsibility for enforcement of animal welfare and companion animals, so that we have a requirement for companion animals and registration, but we don't have an enforcement. But we do have an enforcement, because if someone's not registered or somebody doesn't enclose their dog, then we do have an enforcement. So, I mean, at some point, your frustration has to lead to some results, and I think it's probably about time we try and work our way through that. But you're right.
Thank you. Look, in previous budget estimates, you agreed that you would advocate for funding to be allocated for these organisations. And I've got some of the script here from previous budget estimates if you need it. But we did talk, I'm sure you're aware that we've talked about this before. Did you actually make any submission to the AERC as part of the budget process looking for companion animal grant programs?
I don't think so. We would not have, or did we? We would have only asked for our own stuff. Right?
Yes, yeah. Sorry, firstly, ERC is a cabinet process, but our role was to identify funding resources for the Office of Local Government, and as I referred to before, this would be a new policy area for government. So, Minister, my question then to you is, we've talked in previous budget estimates. You said that you will advocate for funding in the previous grants programs, but you're now telling me that you didn't make a submission to the ERC in regards to this. Can I ask you why not?
Because they would not be funding submissions to the ERC that come out of funding of my portfolio. That doesn't mean to say that...
Which portfolio would it be, Minister?
Whose would it be?
So the Office of Animal Welfare and the government commitment for an Office of Animal Welfare, which is still
But that doesn't exist yet.
No, but it is still being developed.
But we don't know when it will be developed.
Well, that's your comment. That's not, I think, the evidence from Minister Moriarty or my colleagues in DPIRD. But
at the budget estimates, I asked her what the timeline was, and she said she didn't know yet.
Okay, but then,
It's impossible for Mr Whitworth to comment on another minister's
No, I know, but I'm
portfolio.
just, sorry, it wasn't actually a question for Mr Whitworth. I'm letting you know that we don't know the timeline of when that's going to be in place. We have
Okay,
no idea, and at the moment it doesn't exist.
but my point that I was trying to make is that as that policy area develops, there has been discussion about how are the various organisations involved in animal welfare, and I use that in its broadest possible term because it involves companion animal issues, it involves protection of the prevention of the cruelty of animals issues. We have a number of enforcement agencies, we have a number of non-government organisations that are involved. There is a high degree of interaction and overlap. That was going to be a discussion about how those non-government organisations are funded as part of that reform process.
Okay, but you don't have a timeline on that either.
Well, it is a program that is being developed by Minister Moriarty and my deeper friends. I don't know whether Ms Connell wants to make a comment.
No, I'd just refer the committee to the Minister's evidence at Portfolio Committee number 4 last week, and note that the government has committed to a significant range of measures and reviews in relation to animal welfare, which they're undertaking in a staged and measured way, and this is one of those. And the Minister spoke to the approach and the progress last week. So, Chair, I'd refer you back to the evidence that the Minister gave.
Thank you. Before I go to the opposition, I do have some advice in regards to what was requested earlier. Thank you. So I just advise that... Thank you. Great. All evidence received by the Legislative Council Committee is protected by parliamentary privilege. This privilege is absolute, and the House and its committees are not bound by rules of contempt of court or laws of defamation. In theory, this means that a committee can accept and publish information it receives and submissions that refer to matters before the courts or other executive-appointed commissions or tribunals, and conduct public hearings when there may be relevant legal proceedings occurring at the same time. However, the House and committees are generally sensitive to publishing or making reference to matters that are before the courts where this could prejudice the proceedings or harm individuals, and this is known as the Sub Judice Convention. This is a convention where the Legislative Council voluntarily adheres to through practice and President's rulings. There is no specific standing order or resolution which must be followed. Below are a number of considerations guiding the application of the Sub Judice Convention. The committee should assess whether there is a real danger of prejudice to legal proceedings by creating an atmosphere where a jury would be unable to deal fairly with the evidence put before it or possibly affecting the evidence a witness may give to the court. The danger of prejudice must be weighed against the public interest in matters under discussion. The danger of prejudice is considered greater when a matter is actually before a magistrate or a jury, or the matter is being heard in criminal rather than civil proceedings. In general, a committee should err in favour of further discussion, unless it is clear that to do otherwise would prejudice the legal proceedings. In addition, the committee should not automatically exclude discussion on matters of public interest which are already being freely ventilated in the media. So with that in mind, the questions are allowed, but I just want the member to just be mindful.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So, Mr Farlow, I'm prepared to... It's an appeal to the Court of Appeal, which is really a legal question as distinct from anything. So the normal sensitivities would not apply. So I will give you whatever information you need publicly that does not breach either the government's legal professional privilege or I judge is subject to some sort of measure of confidentiality that maybe should not be disclosed, but probably legal professional privilege would be the only thing that I'd probably not tell you.
Thank you, Minister Hoenig, and I appreciate that that undertaking from you, and we'll try and respect that in terms of my questioning as well.
Can I just also add as well, while I have a conflict of interest in relation to Liverpool, I will seek advice from my General Counsel on anything which Mr Whitworth may or may not comment on.
Okay. Well, we may seek Mr Whitworth's questions this afternoon then, if that's the case.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, prior to the matter going before the court, your department ceased all action against council until the hearing was complete. Was that an admission that you acted without procedural fairness and with political bias before an investigation was completed?
Just to say that again a bit louder.
So, Minister, prior to the matter going before the court, and let me lift up this microphone here,
Yep.
your department ceased all action against council until the hearing was complete. Is that an admission that you acted without procedural fairness and with political bias before an investigation was completed?
I'm going to take order, Chair. Look, I think the questions are now steering, exactly into the issue that's going to be considered by the Court of Appeal. I'm just concerned, given the Minister, Mr Whitworth, maybe other officials are directly respondents in the matter, that consideration ought to be given about whether it's going to be an issue for them in terms of their position in the appeal and the issue of whether the public interest in asking these questions outweighs that risk or harm.
Look, I will remind the member that it is problematic to foreshadow what will happen in the case. You can
Well,
ask
this
them-
relates to a determination that's already been made.
I might reserve
Okay.
where I stand on that, but
Okay.
and
I'll
come
move
back
on with
to
another
it.
question then.
Maybe if I provide you with some factual information that won't offend the Chair's ruling, and then at least you have some of the information
Sure,
that
Minister.
you require. The advice that was provided to me during the course of the investigation raised very serious concerns that the issue of Liverpool went beyond the non-merit-based selection of staff. Those concerns included bullying and sexual harassment, alleged interference by elected officials in the development application process, breaches of the Work Health and Safety Act, alleged employment of related persons otherwise than on the basis of merit, the wasting of public money, the destruction of records, sexual discrimination, bypassing of procurement processes and allegations of pressure to determine development applications which resulted in the refusal of the applications that may otherwise have been refused. Having been given what was described as a interim report, which recommended to me that the council that I call an urgent public inquiry, that the 430 investigation continue, and that I should give. I can't remember whether there was notice provisions in that report or not. I read the report. I understood what was alleged. I determined that a public inquiry is the appropriate place for those matters to be determined. I regarded the allegations to be of such seriousness on a preliminary basis that if I wanted to suspend the council and defer the election, I formulated reasons for so doing. The next day, I was given the benefit of a brief by Mr Whitworth that contained formal departmental advice. I reconsidered my decision in relation to postponing the election, or it was my preliminary view, based upon that and other issues. And decided that I would give the council notice of what I'm considering doing and giving them the opportunity to respond. I was conscious that should I do that, the council would then use public monies to challenge the government's decision. But I thought taking away that right from them by suspending them straight away would not have been fair. I mean, it's a major, major step to suspend the council and to defer an election. So I could have written the script that was what was going to happen, so I knew what was likely to occur, and what occurred. Having made the decision to call the public inquiry, and being satisfied that I could, I then announced it and made available to made public the reasons for that decision. Had I made an announcement without making available the reasons for the decision, I would have been subject to a fair bit of criticism. But in any event, I made the announcement and made the material available, the report available that I considered. In the litigation, a decision was made to concede procedural fairness in relation to the publication of that, the reasons for me making, for the reasons for me taking those matters into consideration. However, if I can just use the words of Justice Robson in respect to that decision, His Honour said, "I consider that the decision to publish the allegations contained in the interim report does not on its own suggest partiality on behalf of the first respondent," which is me, "in circumstances where the briefing note provided the reasons for publication. As such, a fair-minded observer, armed with the knowledge that they would otherwise assume to have, would have been aware that the decision to publish the interim report was made in the context of the Act and a system of responsible government that promotes accountability through transparency." And that, in fact, was His Honour's finding, and that was the basis that the report was released, to, using His Honour's words, a system of responsible government that promotes accountability through transparency. So the issue was conceded, made no difference, as His Honour found that I could take the contents of the document into consideration. As you can appreciate, the allegations are extremely serious. Suffice it to say, they're probably the worst I've seen of any council. But Mr. Farlow, I can give the committee this assurance, and that is that the decisions I made were probably the only decisions I could have made under the circumstances. They were made without a political view one way or the other, and they were made isolating myself in the decision-making process. I wasn't infected by the discussion with anybody else, didn't speak to any of my cabinet colleagues before coming to the decision to call a public inquiry. And
did you speak to any of your parliamentary colleagues?
No, not about the decision I had to make. So from the time I knew I was receiving a report to the time I made the decision, didn't speak to any parliamentary colleagues about that at all. I mean, but you speak to parliamentary colleagues about it and every other council. 93 members of the Legislative Assembly.
I'm sure they have an
88 of them are complaining about their councils and want them sacked. So,
who are the other five?
I was very, very careful, Mr. Farlow. I can give you that assurance. I can give your house and I can give my house that assurance.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect, were you aware that the report did not allow procedural fairness for those mentioned?
No, in fact, the advice I got was to the advice I got was to the contrary. And I don't have administrative law skills. How I got through that subject, I don't know. But no, I didn't. In fact, I was. And in the event, I'm not sure that issue is clear, but the concession made in the was made in the litigation, in the pleadings, so that issue was not one that was actually litigated, really. It was a concession that was made. I mean, these concessions get made as a matter of tactics in litigation.
Minister, you mentioned the benefit of the briefing note that was provided to you by Mr Whitworth. Were you aware that a briefing note that Mr Whitworth circulated at 11:27 of that day, before the final briefing note was prepared, stated that there is no compelling evidence to suggest that councillors were explicitly involved in the poor governance and recruitment decisions being exercised by the council. On this basis, OLG is not recommending the suspension of councillors to the Minister under section 438W of the Act.
No, I wasn't aware of that, but in any event...
Was your office aware of that?
I don't know. I'd have to find out. I could
Will you take that on notice as to whether your office was aware of that?
I could take that on notice. As I said, I isolated myself in the decision-making process.
Minister,
I'm not sure I would have agreed with that, bearing in mind the contents of the report anyway, even if I'd known about it.
Minister, did you have any conversations with Mr Whitworth on that day prior to receiving that briefing note?
I can't recall. I may well have.
Would you take that on notice?
I may well have, because it was actually Mr Whitworth's view that persuaded me ultimately to formally decide to give notice.
And Minister, with respect, that of course, that document was at 11:27 of that day. That briefing note was then revised by the time it was circulated at 5:17 p.m. Minister, despite that document being circulated at that time with the suggestion that no change was expected. Minister, did you or your office have any conversations with Mr Whitworth that indicated to him that that recommendation should be changed?
I certainly didn't. But had that been the Office of Local Government's view, frankly, I wouldn't have agreed with it anyway.
And it would have been open for you to have taken a contrary view to that briefing note?
Yes.
Yes.
Because, I mean, if you look at all these matters that are being determined, for example, if you look at Central Coast that got sacked for financial decisions, of which none of that mayor or councils are involved in that sort of stuff, you ultimately hold the elected people accountable. So that's not really a principle that I know in 30 years of local government that's been applied. So even if that was Mr Whitworth's recommendation to me, I wouldn't have agreed with that.
Yes, indeed. But Minister, during the course of that day or prior to that, do you recall officials of the Office of Local Government, your office even, ever raising with you that there would be a recommendation that there wasn't a suspension of councillors?
No.
Due to lack of compelling evidence? Nobody
No.
made that suggestion to you?
No.
So, Minister, at no stage did you ask the Office of Local Government to change their advice that they were putting up to you in a briefing note?
No, I wouldn't do that. That would be not something that I would do. I mean, the discretion...
Well, surely you wouldn't. It would be in contravention of the Ministerial Code of Conduct, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the discretion's mine.
It is indeed,
Right?
but in terms of...
The statutory power's mine. I can make a decision irrespective of their recommendation. I don't need a bureaucrat to cover for me in relation to making a decision that's my discretion. If I make a decision that's my discretion, I'm accountable to Parliament for it, and I accept the responsibility. I don't want bureaucrats changing their advice to me based upon any preconceived view I've got, otherwise that hardly makes for good determination of public policy.
And Minister, indeed, it would have been open to you to have made that determination contrary to the advice of the Office of Local Government.
Yes.
That would have been something very open to you, but I guess the question we are ventilating as to what changed within those 6 hours, the Office of Local Government's advice that came from a report that was...
That I can't tell you. I would imagine bureaucrats change their draft reports all the time, but I can give you this absolute assurance, and that is that not only did I know nothing about it, but I didn't influence it, nor would I ever on any matter seek to do so, and did not.
And you undertake as well, Minister, that your office didn't have any discussions
I
with
can't.
Mr Whitworth about that?
I will inquire, because the office have discussions all the time with the Office of Local Government over a range of issues.
Minister, why wasn't...
But I do say, Mr Farlow, really, the decisions about Liverpool Council weren't difficult, they make themselves. The only difficult decision was, with the election coming up, do you interfere with the democratic process or don't you? and whether you suspend them during the public inquiry or not. The decision to hold a public inquiry was a pretty easy decision. It made itself, really. And it was made more difficult because of the timing of the election being done so close to the election. So the practical implementation was difficult, but the decision made itself, really.
Minister, why wasn't a copy of the report tabled before the Parliament?
Because the Parliament wasn't sitting, and it's not a Section 430 report that because it's an interim report that's capable under the standing orders to be tabled out of session.
Minister, was it envisaged that the report would be tabled before the Parliament?
Yes, I think their plan was to table it. I mean, I could have tabled it in Parliament, Parliament had been sitting. But tabling a report doesn't change its the procedural fairness stature of the report either.
Was it ever attempted to be tabled before the Parliament?
I don't know whether it actually was or not, but they were certainly told by the clerk when they made inquiries that they could not be done.
Okay, so the clerk gave advice that it could not be tabled. That is the reason.
Well, the clerk
why it wasn't
gave
tabled.
advice to either the Office of Local Government or to people in my office. I mean, I knew it couldn't be. So.
Okay, so you never signed a letter forwarding it to the clerk then?
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Something else?
Okay. I just wanted to follow up with the...
I'd need to check though, Mr Farlow.
If you could take it on notice.
Because I might have checked the standing orders before or after, so it just depends on when I did that.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay. All right. I'll follow up again with regard to council apprenticeships. Have the guidelines been prepared?
No, I think they're working on them now.
They're working on them now. Would it... shouldn't it have been the other way around? Do the guidelines and then do the...
Oh well, I don't know. I mean, I'm doing cartwheels that I got $250 million out of the treasurer for apprentices for local government throughout the state. We're talking about 1,300 apprentices. It's terrific. Some councils in the Hunter are just incredible what they're doing with apprentices. Yeah. I don't like to take up your time, but if you forgive me, Local Government Women's Awards were a couple of weeks ago, and there was a young apprentice from Newcastle who got the Young Achievers Award, a young lady who's an apprentice carpenter. And I got a photo with her with the award. When I visited Newcastle last week, she was in her normal safety gear. But you know what she said to me? She was so honoured to get that award, she spent $500 on a dress and shoes so she could come to Parliament to collect her award, and she's working out whether or not she can afford to keep her dress or whether she can sell it. I mean, these are the sort of people you find in the local government sector. She's doing so well at the council, and I'm going to privately send her a gift voucher for $500 so she don't have to.
That's lovely, Minister.
I just think that's just lovely.
And on that, are there any specific apprenticeships that we'll be targeting?
No, I want local government to choose themselves because they know better. Let them choose, because I want particularly rural and regional councils, rural ones particularly. I want them to create career structures for their young people who stay in their town or region, who develop their skills in their town and region. And then add to the economy, and then they progress within it. I mean, there's that Brewarrina Council where they've got an Indigenous General Manager who started in Year 10 as part of the mentoring program. I mean, these isolated success stories are remarkable, and if you listen to Graham Kelly, he just wants this. He just wants this to be the first tranche of apprentices in local government, and whenever he says so to me, the Treasurer has a fit. But I think they'll return to the economy tenfold.
And so you said it's funded. Will there be any cost implications to councils?
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
in fact, I think they're getting something like 15% above what the cost is to cover even administrative costs.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It being 10:45, it's now time for government questions. Is there any questions?
We're very satisfied with things.
Oh, are you? You're the only people that doesn't want to burn me in effigy.
Don't be so sure.
He's your top fan, remember?
Maybe not here.
You're my top fan.
Yeah.
On you, Ron.
Tea time.
What do we got, half an hour?
In that case, we're on a morning tea break. We'll be back at 11:15.
Madam Chair?
Wonderful, thank you and welcome back. I will throw first.
Just before
you have an
do
opening
that,
statement.
I just reflected in the break over those issues in relation to funding of animal rehoming and the problems that have occurred for quite some time. There is a review of a range of legislation in relation to animal welfare issues. I can give you this commitment, and that is that I will give a commitment to try and endeavour to get the government to provide a coordinated approach as part of those reforms to consider funding animal rehoming. Whether that, whichever portfolio that is or not, I'll give a commitment that the government will consider coordinating its approach for how it goes about funding animal rehoming.
Thank you. I might come back to that because I'll throw now to Mr Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, has Hornsby Shire Council repaid the $36 million that was recalled on the 10th of June for the pork barrelling grant made by the previous government in 2018? And I note that the park it was apparently for has not been built.
Yeah, Wesley Park, no, it hasn't been built. They haven't paid it back yet, but they will be paying it back.
And have you got that commitment that they will be?
Well, they'll have to, because I don't think they have a choice.
Well, they were given till the 31st of July, Minister, so they haven't paid it back yet?
No, I'm just going to check.
Thank you.
My note, what number is it? What is it?
72.
Oh, 72. See, there you are.
Ms Fishburn knows the number.
Oh, see, I've got better words than you. The most egregious example of pork barrelling.
I would not disagree with that, Minister.
On the 7th of June, the government asked the council to give back the $36 million they haven't spent. They were one of several councils that requested variations and extensions. It was $40 million for Wesley Park that they were given, they never asked for. It was granted in 2018 and was due to be fully expended with the extensions granted by June 2022. The council reported that $36 million of the original $40 million grant for Wesley Park project remained uncommitted as of April 2024. The council has not made any substantial progress towards completion of the project, and after 5 years was still seeking planning approval. In March, I determined to reject the variation request by Hornsby Council as part of the Minister's consideration with concurrence of the Treasurer. And when giving concurrence, the Treasurer noted the government's position that the council would be able to retain the interest on unspent funds, allowing Hornsby to retain an estimated $6 million in interest that they'd earned and had accrued to date, to be reallocated to the council's general revenue. The Deputy Secretary wrote to Hornsby Shire Council requesting a return of the remaining capital funds not committed by the 31st of July 2024.
So if they haven't done that, Minister, what do you intend to do? And I understand the interest now is $8 million. Will you be charging interest based on the time that they're not refunding the money? Or
I'll just ask Mr Whitworth. He's probably a better debt collector than I am.
Thank you, Minister. I'll add that to my job description. We have written to, we wrote to Hornsby Council. They have responded. They said they don't believe they need to repay the money. We have replied again to indicate that we believe they do need to pay the money. They must know that budget estimates is on, because they've sent me a letter this morning saying we don't think we need to pay the money. I have been endeavouring to arrange a without prejudice discussion with the council.
Will the government, is it your intention to pursue it through court? If they, will you go that far? Will there be a recovery proceedings taken?
We have a we have been allocated an amount of money that would enable us to take legal action, but obviously we'd have to, I don't want to foreshadow what may or may not happen, particularly if we are seeking to get the return of the money through negotiated means.
I might have to check with Mr Murphy, but the Honourable Cameron Murphy, but I might think that there might be a criminal offence committed, mightn't there?
Is that right?
Without prejudice.
Right. So it is, Minister, it is your intention that, and the government's intention, that that money will be repaid and the government will be defending that position at all costs, or, well, at the costs allocated to defend that position.
No stone will be unturned in making sure that the money that they should not have got in the first place is returned.
Are you aware there's another 19.5 million election commitment grant given to Hornsby Council under the previous government over 4 years, and more than 7 mil of that hasn't been spent?
No, I'm not aware of that. Are you aware of that?
I was of the understanding that there were two Stronger Communities Fund grants. One was for the Hornsby Quarry and one was for the Wesley Park. I understood that the Hornsby Quarry component, it has a broader range of funding than just the Stronger Communities Fund. I understand that the Stronger Communities Fund of that had been fully expended, which was one of the but the project hasn't yet been complete, but is very close to.
Right. Thank you. I'll hand back to my colleague.
Ms Abigail-Boyd.
Thank you. Good morning,
Good morning
to you, Minister. Lovely to see you. I wanted to start, I understand that my colleague, the Honourable Emma Hurst, has already asked some questions about cats. I just wanted to ask you, we know that the most effective thing we can do to reduce the population of cats is to desex them.
Yes.
Will you commit or will you look into providing a statewide desexing program for cats?
I don't know what that would look like in isolation of all the issues that we need to consider in relation to cat management and cat containment.
It is complex.
I've sort of been reluctant to just make a minor ad hoc change just to deal with, say, one issue. So, for example, just make a decision about cat containment like Victoria. Now, Victoria might have a cat containment law, but they don't enforce it. But everyone's happy that they've got this law. I could have made a quick amendment to the Companion Animals Act to give councils the power to seize cats in public places like they can for dogs, but I just didn't want to go down that. You go down those one-off places, everyone takes their foot off the accelerator. So
It could also have unintended consequences.
What you say is right, but I don't know what that would look like in the circumstances of all the other reforms that have all got to come together.
So I guess we look at cats in three broad categories, and I think you're right, it's complex. I don't know, I think we spoke last time about I've got a Greens cat containment plan that I've had on my website for some time that sort of talks about all of the different things we need to do for the three different populations of cats. But when it comes to community cats, which seem to be the most thorny issue, which are those that aren't owned directly by a person and aren't the ones that Tanya Pliberzak's talking about in terms of in national parks. These are the ones that are sort of fed by the community and sort of roam around. We know that the most effective thing we can do to reduce those populations is to desex them. At the moment, there are vets and rescue groups and others who would be willing to desex those cats, to take them and desex them, but they don't have the capacity to then hold them. And we know that trap, neuter and then release is actually an incredibly effective way of reducing those communities over time. But at the moment, the Companion Animals Act prevents that from happening. Just as an immediate step, would you consider releasing or allowing those sorts of groups to do that desexing work and not have them then charged for abandonment underneath the Companion Animals Act?
I'll consider that. I mean, to this point, I mean, it's frustrating when you're doing overall reviews and you see a range of stuff that needs to be done in this area, and we are doing a genuine overall review. All these other issues end up sitting there for long periods of time, and so you're in office nearly 18 months and nothing seems to have happened, and it's frustrating. But I also know that if I do things on a one-off basis, people tend to, as I said before, take their foot off the accelerator. I don't know. I'll give it some thought, consideration, and just see.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are giving the Cat Protection Society a 1.5 million grant for community cats desexing.
Yeah, I've just been advised we are giving the Cat Protection Society a $1.5 million grant for cat desexing.
For community cats.
For community cats.
Which is great. I understand, though, that they're then sort of taking them and having them sort of needing to then have them adopted, as opposed to there are other rescue groups who are sort of located in places like the Hunter.
They've been rehomed.
That would, be able to desex huge numbers, but they don't have the capacity to rehome them.
And do you, I mean, it's a consultation, do you then allow a desexed homeless cat or community cat to just be let back out after you desex them or not?
And this is the issue, and over time, the evidence shows those populations will decrease because they can't breed. Whereas if you take them out, then they breed to meet the resources available. But it is complex, so...
I understand your argument. I'm not sure how you'd go... whether, I mean, as you know, once you go down these legislative paths and you start consulting everybody, I'm not sure what the result. Anyway, I'm happy to look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable John Ruddick.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thanks for joining us. How many local councils in New South Wales have held debates and or passed resolutions concerning the conflict between Israel and Hamas in Gaza?
I couldn't tell you how many there were. There's obviously been a couple of very prominent ones that I've read in the media.
Is there any provision in the Local Government Act which defines the role of councils as becoming involved in foreign policy, and do you think that is an appropriate role for local councils?
Well, firstly, you would take into consideration in any answer I give that I'm the only Jewish member of the New South Wales Parliament, so I'd hardly be perceived in some quarters as being...
Dr. Con.
Dr. Con. In the Legislative Assembly, I should say, as being somebody that's was seen to be independent, even though I am. I'm conscious that councils are democratically elected councillors, and they have available to them their implied right of freedom of political communication that is implied into the Commonwealth Constitution, and their freedom of speech, providing it's not either hate speech or defamatory, which might infringe the law. They're entitled to those freedom of speech, whether you agree or whether they don't agree. Asking me whether or not they should be utilising that free speech that impedes the very community harmony that Australia has been so successful. My view is that they probably shouldn't. But I know at Canterbury Bankstown, they embarked upon one of those BDS inquiries of which the New South Wales government does not support. And their debate, other than one council, was reasonably respectful, but police had to be called because of the behaviour within the chamber, and a similar event was raised, and the councillors had to leave with police protection in a West Council. So I caution councillors in local government and those that are being elected to be circumspect in exercising their freedom of speech, because community harmony with debates beyond our shores is really quite vital to try and maintain, which has been under pressure.
Well, Minister, I appreciate your comments about the Canterbury Bankstown BDS motion, and that you're critical of it, so thank you. Now, while criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitism, many hold that an inordinate focus on the world-honored Jewish state is indeed anti-Semitism. Now, in the last 12 months, there have been 6 world conflicts where more than 10,000 people have died, but the only conflict that these councils seem to be concerned about is Israel. Is there a concern of anti-Semitism embedded in the conduct of some councils?
I'm really the wrong person to ask in respect of those issues. I mean, anti-Semitism has been a significant issue around the world now for some years, even prior to the Middle East conflict, and it needs and has escalated, and it needs to be rooted out wherever it exists, in whichever way possible.
Well, thank you. Yes, well, but now I do agree it is escalating, and I do agree it's insidious, and it is an ancient hatred. But it does seem to be coming to the fore in many of our local councils, not many, but in more than a few. So I was wondering, what can you as the Minister do to help contain this and to call it out amongst the local councils?
If councils are acting in a way in which is and saying things that constitute hate speech, which infringes the current laws, then there's ample opportunity for the police or the Director of Public Prosecutions to take proceedings in respect of it.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I might take the rest of the time just to ask you, Minister, just at the beginning of this you talked about making sure, you said you make a commitment that there would be a coordinated approach to this. Can you just expand what you mean there? I was a bit lost, sorry.
Just as part of the animal welfare reviews, I want to get to solve the issue. I can't guarantee funding, but I can give a commitment that in terms of funding of rehoming organisations, that there is a coordinated grant process, so that the issue that you've rightfully been complaining about can be addressed as part of the overall process, because as I think I said to you before, I've got to concede that the figures on the rehoming success have been enormously successful, and so.
And I agree with you, and I know that we both agree, obviously, that these groups are doing amazing work. But the reality is, at the same time, is that we've got a rehoming crisis that's been reported a lot in the media. My concern is that today it's been suggested that there's no way these groups can possibly get any funding from government until a new Office of Animal Welfare is set up. We don't know the time frame of when that office will be set up. We don't know if that office will even have the powers to do funding or just distribute grants, because we don't have that information yet. It's just that, obviously with the former coalition government, there was avenues to be able to, for these groups to call for funding, to write to the government, and the coalition government was able to find an avenue to get grants to these groups. They've done grants for desexing, they've done grants for rehoming organisations. But now that Labor's in government, we're hearing that we have to wait until this Office of Animal Welfare is set up, which we don't have a timeline for.
Well, I don't. It's not occurring in my portfolio, but Minister Moriarty has really been working pretty assiduously to try and coordinate all these matters, and certainly working with me with matters that were within my portfolio. I mean, I know it's frustrating, but it's been frustrating for for more than a decade.
No, it's only been frustrating in this term of government because, as I said, when the coalition was in government, there were avenues, and the coalition government was able to find ways for these organisations to campaign for funding and to provide funding to them. So it's this new problem now where we're being told that until this, Ministry Office of Animal Welfare is set up, that these organisations who are currently in a crisis point have no minister that they can go to and nowhere where they can advocate or call for this funding.
Yeah, look, from what I can recall, because the OLG administered a lot of it, a lot of the fundings were one-off, sort of just, one-off.
They were one-offs, but there was an avenue, I
funding,
suppose, is what I'm
which
saying. It wasn't perfect, but there was an avenue. And I know my office worked very closely with the Minister for Local Government at the time and her staff, and they were very keen to find avenues and ways forward through this. It just seems now that all those doors are closed and that, until there's this Office of Animal Welfare, everyone's just in limbo.
Because Ms Hurst, I suspect, I don't actually know, but when there were sort of one-off funds like that, so somebody, the Cat Protection Society jumps up and down and makes a lot of noise, and there's an election coming and somebody finds $1.5 million to give them to deal with community cats. But it's only a sort of one-off funding. At some point, the government of the day, whether it be us or whether it be the other government, ends up saying all these one-off bits and pieces have got to stop, and you've got to put together a coordinated, coordinated approach. And that's what we propose to do. And what I'm saying to you is, you having raised with me today, again, the frustration, I will commit to getting the government to consider trying to coordinate it to try and stop this one-off, one-off stuff occurring, and try and give some sort of consistency. Because no community-based organisation or any organisation can operate effectively on the basis of just making a lot of noise and maybe or maybe not getting a one-off funding grant.
Thank you. Honourable Scott Farlow.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, you previously stated that you'd read the interim investigation report on Liverpool Council and had decided a certain course of action. You then stated that you had the conversation with Mr Whitworth. When was that conversation?
I'm not sure whether I had a conversation with Mr Whitworth or not, but I certainly had a briefing note from him.
You had a briefing note. You said that Mr Whitworth's discussion with you had changed your mind on the course of action. No, his briefing
note changed my mind.
So there was no discussion before the briefing note, or?
I can't recall whether or not the briefing note was the briefing note was in a file together with some correspondence from other councillors, I think, from memory, but the briefing note had an impact on my final decision.
Okay, so it was only the briefing note, it wasn't an independent conversation with Mr Whitworth or the like? No,
I had already decided, based upon the seriousness of the issues, that there needed to be a public inquiry. The council had to face a public inquiry. I mean, I think that decision made itself, really. The question is whether or not, as I said to you before, the question is whether or not they should be suspended and the election deferred. And that preliminary review I came to from reading the report changed after reading the briefing note. Whether I spoke to Mr Whitworth or not before I made the decision, I just can't recall.
And that was the briefing note which recommended the suspension of councillors, not the briefing note that didn't recommend the suspension of councillors?
It was the briefing note that recommended notice be given of deferring the election and suspending the councillors. A notice of an intention, I think.
Are you aware at all, Minister, as to what happened within those 6 hours that made the OLG change their advice with respect to that briefing note?
No, I made sure that I removed myself from any manner or way in which I could be, my decision could be influenced. I was pretty assiduous about that. I was pretty assiduous that, in my mind at least, the issues in the council was treated as fairly as it possibly could be.
So in the first briefing note that was prepared by OLG, there were 5 recommendations, and then 6 hours later there were 8 recommendations.
Well, there's no point asking me about something I don't know anything about.
You know nothing as to what occurred within those 6 hours that
No, I don't.
presented 3 additional recommendations and a 180 on the report?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So there was no further compelling evidence that you're aware of, apart from the report? The 430 report?
There were...
Sorry,
there
the 330 report.
In the file, there was a 430 report. There were some letters from either councillors or... I just can't recall now what else. There were some other matters in the file. But as I said, I'd pretty well... I'd already decided the public inquiry. The only issue is whether or not the preliminary review is they should be suspended and the election deferred, whether or not I should make that decision, and I chose not to.
Thank you, Minister. And Ministers, during that period, did you receive any letters from members of Parliament or with respect to Liverpool City Council?
No, not in that period, but I had received letters from members of Parliament, state and federal members of Parliament about Liverpool. Probably received them from a number of places.
And they were they included in that brief that was sent up to you and the associated documents?
I just don't recall. Whatever was provided to me, I think, has been tendered in the proceedings. As you can appreciate, Mr. Farlow, seldom a day goes by when a member of Parliament, either from federal or state Parliament, are not writing and complaining about the council in their constituency.
Minister, so you don't recall having any conversations?
I don't recall getting any letters from you complaining about councils, Mr. Farlow.
There you go. You only went through the members of the LA, not the LC. Minister, so you never had a conversation with Mr. Whitworth that day?
I can't recall.
Okay, you can't recall whether you did or not?
I just can't recall.
Okay.
No.
So Mr. Whitworth in communication had indicated that you would be getting off the plane in Sydney at 2:30 that day. The interim report, so you weren't expecting anything from Mr. Whitworth when you got off the plane?
I wouldn't get anything anyway. Usually directly from Mr. Whitworth, I'd get it via the Ministerial office. But I've been whinging for 6 weeks. They haven't given me a day off, so you know, it would not be surprising that I wouldn't be getting off a plane and they wouldn't allow me to go home uninterrupted.
Well, Minister, I'm sure that you'll be able to get home soon. So, Minister, to another matter, Blacktown Council. Are you aware... Oh, sorry, actually, before we finish on Liverpool, you indicated previously that with respect to Liverpool Council, you were considering potentially deferring the elections. With the elections 8 days away, when will you be making that determination?
Well, the council's got till, I think, 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon to give reasons why it shouldn't. I'm aware of how close it is. The pre-poll opens on Saturday. Yeah, I'm aware of all the practical difficulties.
And you're aware of how much has been spent so far by the council in terms of the election?
Yeah, but how much they spent on legal costs is probably about the same amount by the sound of it.
And if you were to cancel the elections, would you be looking to refund candidates for their electoral expenses?
I haven't even contemplated doing that yet. I mean, as you can appreciate, lawyers have very little difficulty compartmentalising their mind and only deciding things when they've got to decide them, or not take matters into consideration they shouldn't take into consideration. So those decisions just don't arise, really.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, Blacktown Council. Are you aware the Blacktown Council has entered into an agreement to sell key property, including its administration centre, Bowman Hall, Leo Kelly Arts Centre, and half of the Flushcombe Road car park?
I know that
Blacktown for 43 million. This might have come to you from
the issue of
the member for
Blacktown
Blacktown.
Council's been exercising the mind of the member for Blacktown for
some time,
for probably some years. Who has been complaining about it, but neither my office nor the Office of Local Government have got any records dealing with that matter raised by Councillor Camilleri in relation to the matter. He's the latest person to have generated a newspaper or media story about it. And I am aware that we are on the eve of a local government election, or some of us refer to it as local government silly season. And I suppose one should congratulate Councillor Camilleri because he managed to get his forms out on time, which is an improvement to many of his colleagues. Under the Local Government Act, I can say this though, under the Local Government Act there's no requirement to tender the sale of operational land, that's section 55(3)(d). Land must be made, and the decision to sell land must be made by council resolution and cannot be delegated. Direct negotiations of land sales should be conducted in accordance with probity principles, fairness, impartiality and accountability, transparency and value for money under ICAC's direct negotiation guidelines for managing risks. If the councillor has any concerns, they should be made to the appropriate bodies for consideration. I'll give you the background if you like. I've got it here.
I'm sure you do, but I'll ask you a question that might lead to your background potentially. Minister, has Blacktown Council sought any advice or guidance in relation to the deal from the Office of Local Government and the sale of public assets and building community infrastructure as to whether it constitutes a public-private partnership at all?
So Council sold its administrative building, the former Wesrock building and the surrounding car park site of the Leo Kelly Arts Centre. They pulling that down, are they? It's named after Leo Kelly.
Yeah.
And part of the Kmart car park to Walker Corporation, and it was sold to allow a stage development of office development of private hospitals, medical research institute. Walker Corporation is the developer of the Blacktown Brain and Spinal Institute project, which commenced in 2019 and included extensive community consultation on the sale of council land in 2021. The council agreed to a straight sale and will not be part of or help pay for the Walker development. The project's not a public-private partnership. The transaction arises from provisions in the contract signed with Blacktown Brain and Spinal Institute in 2021, which provides for a change of control of the group and the nomination of a party to the end purchaser of the land. The council will build a new arts centre in the city, funded by a $40 million grant from the government announced in 2023. Council staff remain in the current office and are paying rent to Walker Corporation. The local member Steve Barley has raised these issues with me previously and was advised councils are not generally subject to intervention or direction when exercising discretionary powers, such as those permitting the sale of land. Contractual arrangements between council and purchasers are matters for negotiation between parties. It's a matter for council to determine what is in the best interests of their community.
So, Minister, you outlined that the member for Blacktown raised this matter with you.
Yep.
What actions have you taken as a result of the member for Blacktown's concerns?
Writing back to him and told him that I don't have the authority to intervene. It's a matter for council.
So, Minister, are you concerned that the council has sold significant land for 43 million, and now we're on the hook for at least 100 to 350 million dollars to be able to upgrade or actually replace those assets?
Well, the council are proceeding in their own commercial venture. It's a matter for them. They're confident they're democratically accountable. We'll know in 8 days' time whether or not the community approve of what they've done.
And Minister, so you will rule out any investigation into Blacktown City Council?
Well, I have no cause to investigate at this stage.
So you don't believe there's been any breach at all in terms of local government?
No, in fact, the alleged breach by by your councillor, what's his name, Camilleri, complained about that. That breach is not a sustainable breach.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, is it... So, with respect to Mr. Barley's complaints to you on this matter, has Mr. Barley raised any other complaints with respect to Blacktown City Council?
Oh, Mr. Barley, Mr. Barley has, since he's no longer been the mayor of Blacktown, raised a number of concerns about Blacktown Council with me. I don't think he's done that in my capacity as Minister for Local Government. I think he's done it as a fellow member of the Legislative Council. He certainly hasn't raised with
Legislative Assembly, you mean?
Legislative Assembly. He certainly hasn't raised with me anything that warrants, an investigation by either me or the Office of Local Government. But suffice it to say, Mr. Barley was an extraordinarily successful and competent mayor, probably one of the best the Labor Party has produced, and he is frustrated at some of his achievements not operating the way in which he envisaged. But as I have reminded my good friend Stephen Barley, and that is that, and as Mr. Primrose would know too, is there's nothing more ex than an ex-mayor, and you just have to allow those who get elected after you to do that. It can be frustrating, but I well and truly understand Mr. Barley's frustration.
Minister, one of your concerns with respect to Liverpool City Council was with respect to the Civic Place administration building and the like. Isn't Blacktown similar in this regard? In terms of the concerns that have been ventilated by Mr. Barley?
No, I think the allegations in relation to the Liverpool Council there was something dodgy in relation to that. I can go and pull that out if you like, but I think that's different. No one's suggesting there's anything dodgy at Blacktown. I think people have different policy views.
With respect, Minister, is $43 million a fair sum for that amount of land and property in Blacktown?
Well, I can't tell you that. I mean, I do say though that often, and Blacktown aside, often councils need a fair bit of external advice and probity advice on major projects because they are often unable to successfully match the contractual negotiations of the private sector. I'm led to believe that Blacktown has. Nobody's pointed out to me that any impropriety or anything that would justify an examination, so you just have to have faith in the elected representatives in respect to that project. And anyway, and they're about to be judged in, 8 or 9 days' time?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. I might go back to the code of conduct that you released overnight, and you did highlight the current system is often weaponised for political purposes. Yep. How specifically will the new framework prevent this misuse while still effectively dealing with genuine misconduct?
Well, the first thing is, they've used this word again in this material. I haven't, because it's been done by the OLG and it is exceptionally good, but this business of bringing council into disrepute, I'm not happy with that word.
Which word?
I suppose the situation is this. The previous attempts at controlling behaviour of councillors has resulted in infringing the right of freedom of political communication that has implied in the Commonwealth Constitution in accordance with the principles established by the High Court, finalised by the High Court to some respect in Unions New South Wales and New South Wales. You cannot constrain someone's freedom of speech and can't burden those freedoms. Yet most of the wording in the code, which has been continually expanded over a period of years, does just that. The Code of Conduct examiners have been finding people guilty of breaches of the code that have been exercising their freedom of speech, have been constitutionally doing that wrongly. So the first principle is to understand that you have the right of freedom of political communication. You have the right, there's a rule there that says you can't criticise your own council's decision. It's ridiculous. If you're in a minority, you've got a right to criticise the majority's decision. You've got a right to campaign against the majority's decision. You've got a right to criticise the majority's decision. Whether you do it in a council meeting, whether you do it in a letter to the editor, whether you do it on social media, it doesn't matter. You have that right. And the words of Justice Gleeson are really compelling. You can be wrong-headed and you're still entitled to that right in a representative democracy. So I've got to instill it. I've got to instill that right back into councillors. The other thing is I can't have a code or a document prepared by bureaucrats that constrains democratically elected people's behaviour, because that's a matter for Parliament to judge the standard of behaviour of people. It's not a matter for bureaucrats. So I need to free up. I need to free that up. I also need to go here. I need to fix up, and that's why I want people's views, these conflicts of interest provisions. So matters of breaches of pecuniary interest, intentional breaches of pecuniary interest, are serious matters where people should be disqualified from civic office. But these conflicts of interest, because my son plays for a football club, or I play golf with a bloke down the road that's tendered for council services in a rural council, all that nonsense has just got to go. And so that the principle of you elect people to council because they're effectively volunteers from the community, not the full-time politicians, they're volunteers. You elect them from the community because they bring with them the community experience, they bring with them their community knowledge, they are associated with the various community groups or sporting groups. You want that knowledge and involvement to impact upon council's decision-making process. At the moment they say, oh, you've got a conflict of interest. No, leave the room or declare a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. That's got to stop. That example I gave you for that Greens Bayside councillor who was a member of a community group that a Code of Conduct examiner made an adverse finding of pursuing an issue where she was no longer a member of the executive of a group that had challenged the council decision, was bizarre. She'd been elected on that platform. So I've got to... I mean, so much of these complaints are weaponised code of conflict of interest complaints. They've got to be clear and they've got to be concise. I've talked to the Chief Commissioner from ICAC about these things. He's not interested in these tiny little things. We're all interested in stamping out corruption and, on top of it, then providing for transparency. So I've got recommendations for example, for lobbying, of councillors. When we talk about lobbying, you're usually talking about lobbying for planning matters by registered lobbyists, but all of councils, the 1,250 of them around the state, are lobbied all the time, and most of what they're lobbied about aren't planning matters. They might be about getting a discount for the local school to use the athletic field, or they might be to have the local rugby league club be able to have a long lease on a particular ground, or they might be trying to impose bureaucratic standards on councillors because they're being lobbied in the interest of transparency. I mean, these are difficult issues that need to be actually added in to a regulatory approach without a ridiculous impact on a regulatory approach. Even pecuniary interest, how far do you go with a pecuniary interest? The other issue that I have to get to with the transparency is I've got to pierce the trusts. I can't have people operating on the basis of just declaring they're a beneficiary under a trust and not disclose the potential income they can gain, say, under a discretionary trust for assets that are hidden. Whilst at the same time, I don't want to disclose the privacy people are entitled to either. So you're talking about really difficult concepts, because the standard you apply to a councillor is not the standard you apply to us, because they're volunteers. I've got that issue, for example, the government policy on real estate agents and developers shouldn't be on councils. Now, it might have been, it was an election commitment we gave. You constitutionally can't stop it from being elected. I've been trying to work out a process of how to achieve it in the event somebody's elected. Every time I do a draft bill, and I've even tried to word the bill myself, there's advice from Parliamentary Council or the General Counsel of the Cabinet Office is that it's still unconstitutional. And you've got to remember that
I might stop you there, only because I'm going into other people's time.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All good. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. The pet registry changes with the launch of that, which is great and very welcomed. I understand that the rules around pet registration deadlines went from 2 years down to, from 6 months down to 12 weeks. In most cases, that makes good sense, but when it comes to, for example, cat rescue groups, are there exceptions for them to avoid the penalties that come with trying to register a cat that's older than 12 weeks?
That I don't know. I'll have to ask.
I'll ask Mr Walther to answer that.
Yeah, so at the moment, legislatively, there aren't. However, especially on vet advice, it's been historic practice to take the recommendation of the vets. As part of the changes to the legislation, the discussion paper that was referenced earlier, there are questions around the age of desexing question, especially in light of the views from a number of vets.
So several local rescue groups and sort of other concerned community members have approached my office saying that they're having to pay sort of huge amounts now in order to sort of do what we want them to do, which is to adopt these stray cats. is that something you would look into, Minister, at providing a much quicker exception for those people who are trying to do the right thing?
I think we could look at it. I mean, I'm hoping that the pet registry is going to work because it'll be a major ability for us to be able to know exactly what we're dealing with.
We want to encourage that registration, and
not only that, and what troubles me is we're the cheapest in terms of our fees in New South Wales of other states.
Yeah.
The theory being getting a life registration is you want to encourage people to register, and you want to encourage people to desex so they haven't got to pay for an annual fee. But then again, there's a shortage of money spent on things like pounds, which are pretty well often funded by councils, are actually funded by 80% of the money that we take. Whenever I consider whether or not we should generate more revenue and say that, it's nothing to register, an animal, I'm conscious of the fact that, and if you own an animal and treat it properly, your pet, you treat it properly, it costs you a lot of money in terms of not just food, but vet fees and things of that nature. So that marginal increases on registration fees shouldn't matter. But what about those people from lower socioeconomic groups who might need a pet?
Yeah.
Do I impose something on them, or do I put a different standard on for pensioners? Or I'm in this sort of vexed.
And I think it depends, right? So if you've got, at the moment it's 12 weeks from birth or from it being sold to you.
Yeah.
And I know from talking at previous estimates with you and from questions that we had given to us, answers we had given to us from supplementary questions, that there is a move to try and streamline that registration process from the point of sale, and that's really great. But when you have rescue organisations, which, as we've been discussing, are really poorly funded, being faced with, they've just found a 1-year-old cat they want to adopt and take it off of the streets, but it's going to cost them $96 a year to register it now because it's over. Clearly that's unfair and was not intended by these changes. Is that something you would consider sort of urgently addressing to allow them to register?
I think that's something we'd better look at, because you can't impose upon them that sort of fee, can you?
Yeah. Okay, that's great.
We'll have a look at that.
Thank you. I know that the coalition government in 2021 had a free lifetime pet registration for people who adopt a dog or a cat from councils or an animal shelter or rehoming organisation. I don't know when that initiative ended, but wondering if that's something you'd consider bringing back.
If I'll find out, did it end?
I'm not sure. We'll have to take that one on notice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But to the earlier question, my understanding, and I'll correct it on notice if I'm incorrect, is that rehoming organisations have a 12-month exemption for the undesexed cats. But I'll just confirm that for the afternoon session.
Thank you.
The staff have just confirmed that.
Oh, that's confirmed?
Mr.
Okay.
Walther.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know that I think we've talked about this previously, but Victoria invests quite a lot of money in their state-run Pets in Crisis program, which supports animal orgs and others to basically look after animals where you have a victim of domestic and family violence wanting to escape, and they're worried about what's going to happen with their animal. I understand there's nothing like that in New South Wales on a sort of formal program. Is that correct? And are we thinking of
We've just
doing
invested.
that?
We've just invested some money in relation to domestic violence to pets. I don't know. Do you know what that is?
That's the Lucy's project,
Yeah.
where we gave 700. Yeah, sorry, the numbers escaped. No, it's. I thought it was 750,000 approximately for that, but as I said, happy to use the companion animal reform process.
And we also provided 5.5 million to the Animal Welfare League for a domestic violence support program as well.
Okay, that's,
So
and I
that
think
was
we,
part of
we
the
have
vote.
spoken with both the RSPCA and the AWL about some of that. I think that pales in comparison to what they have in Victoria, though, which is effectively, a sort of crisis hotline which you can call and you don't fall through the gaps where someone's sort of taking care of your animal for you. You mentioned Lucy's project, which I know they've been advocating around this for a while. Are you giving them money for a statewide program?
That was part of those ad hoc one-off grants.
Okay.
And that they have a range of projects that they're pursuing with that funding.
Perhaps you could come back to me on notice on that to let me know just exactly how much funding is going where and how many, I guess how many beds we have for animals in different places.
Okay.
It would be just useful to understand how that compares with Victoria.
If that's something that's within our remit as
Sure.
well. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just clarify as well, the free registration from Pounds is still available to people, as is from rehoming organisations?
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to finish with this one, and it's a curly one, so brace yourself. Goats. I have, in the last 5 years, encountered, and at one point I thought I was going mad, but there is a number of companies or groups of people who have goats that they then rent out to be able to basically put onto people's land to deforest it, to go and clear it of grass or whatever else. And there's been a number of local councils that have been approached about this issue where it's been felt that people have, sort of keeping 100 goats on their property and then sort of lending them out to others was not in compliance with whatever rules. The councils have come back and said that there's no actual regulation or law that stops people from having, say, 100 goats. I wanted to raise this with you. Is this something that you have heard of at all? So this is, whether you have it as a pet or as a farming animal, apparently there are no sort of rules or regulations around how many you can keep and in what state. Are you aware of this?
No, I know there's plenty of goats on the way from Cobar to Broken Hill via Wilcannia, but I don't know.
So
They're community goats.
Oh, Mr. Whitworth, he's a fountain of all knowledge.
The local government general regulation does have standards for the number of animals that can be kept, more from, rather than being from a animal welfare or a companion animals perspective, it's the number of horses, the number of... So I don't want to give a on-the-fly perspective because I never thought I'd have to say this, but I don't know how to characterise a goat. Is it a horse or is it cattle? If it is
it a lawnmower?
If it does fall within the definition of a horse or cattle, then there are certain provisions there about the density standards, the distance from various types of activities.
Just because I'm running out of time,
Sure.
I just want to give you an example of Central Coast Council. We were contacted by people who had basically a huge amount of soil coming down into their yard off of a mountain, which had been cleared. They thought it was actually, sort of protected land, but it had been effectively cleared of grass, and then all the trees had fallen down because they had brought 100 goats onto their property. And when they went to Central Coast Council, there was nothing the council could do about it. It just strikes me as something that seems to be falling between the gaps, and I wanted to raise it.
Sorry, Ms. Boyd, sorry to interrupt, but
You're right.
if it created pollution, then it's potentially a pollution issue.
They couldn't,
Yeah, there are various, so under some LEPs, councils have their own requirements in terms of minimum lot size, distance from houses, etc. And then, I don't know Dr. Filmer, but under the DPI, under the LLS, the property would need a PIC, and there are sort of the animal welfare considerations of making sure
That's right, because they
a
staff
property
them to
isn't
make them
too densely stocked.
Okay.
Thank you. I've got some follow-up questions in regards to domestic violence as well. I was wondering if there's any funding, Minister, that you're aware of provided to local councils specifically to provide any accommodation in council-run facilities for animals impacted by domestic and family violence?
I don't know, Mr Whitworth.
I'm happy to take that on notice because there are several components to the different grants that exist. So as Mr Walther said, the Animal Welfare League does have a component of its 5.5 million. The Lucy's project does have a component. And my brain is tingling around there are other parts within government that also would have where they're focusing on the individual and recognising that part of the individual being removed from a place of harm also involves their pet as well. So we'd like to take that on notice, please.
Yep, for sure. Do you think that this is something that OLG will get with the new funding that OLG has received, that this is an area where there might be some greater involvement, particularly around the councils being able to house some of these animals?
I don't know. I'd have to take that on notice. It's certainly a worthwhile suggestion, but
you need to have time to think about it.
Yeah.
Are you open to meeting with Lucy's project to sort of talk about how something like that could work?
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Great, thank you. Now, I know that there's a pound inquiry already underway and that you're still waiting for that report, but I just got a couple of questions that are slightly separate from that inquiry, and it's something that has come to my office a fair bit, and that's that it's very difficult to find out exactly how much council is spending on maintaining and actually running their pound facility. And I know I've been advised previously from OLG that they don't collect that particular information. Are you aware of this problem, and is it something that you would be willing to look into?
I think the problem is wider than that. There's something fundamentally wrong with the financial standards that have been imposed upon councils to such an extent that I don't think they're transparent to councillors, nor are they transparent to the public, nor do I suspect they're transparent to the OLG either. So, and I think that's what's caused a lot of the council's financial sustainability problems throughout the state. I'm probably for about a year or so when I looked at questioning why you depreciate and I was looked at it a bit strangely, but I've now found some support with some local government ministers in other states. I've now found some support with the newly appointed general manager. I think it's a pretty difficult concept, but I think at some point, once council's financial and accounting systems are probably done in a more transparent way, you'd be able to see precisely what those costs are, because you'd have to extract them from each individual council, which means you'd probably need a GIPA or a requirement for them to extract it.
Sorry, just jumping in there. As part of the review we did into the companion animals funding arrangements, we did write to councils, and of the respondents, the average was about 85% of the funds received, which is about $8 million distributed to councils, goes to pound and enforcement. I don't have the exact breakdown in terms of how much of that was pound, how much of it was enforcement, but we have started to ask those questions as part of that funding review.
That's the money that's received in regards to the registration
out of the companion
costs.
animals fund, yeah.
Right, okay. I'll probably have some questions for you this afternoon on that, but thank you for raising that with me.
It's up to about 8.9 million now that they're getting back. I think that's the number.
Yeah. Minister, is it something that you're willing to look into, this whole idea of mandatory reporting around how much councils are actually spending on their pounds and animal care generally, so that we can actually see that?
Well, I think if I can reform the accounting systems, then we'll get to see
Will
how
that be included?
We'll get to see how they're spending everything.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, I also want to talk to you about Parvo as well, which is a major problem within pounds, and we know that it's not required for pounds to actually vaccinate dogs with Parvo. There's a group called Warm Paws New South Wales that's actually fundraising and raising money to be able to get vaccines, and they're focused on high-risk pounds in New South Wales, so mostly regional and remote and rural pounds in New South Wales. Would you be willing to meet with Warm Paws to also talk about how we tackle this issue of parvo outbreaks in pounds and what the government could be doing to support organisations like theirs?
Yeah, Ms Hurst, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I'm happy to meet with anyone that might teach me something I don't know.
Yep, right. I'll create a list.
I don't need to be told what I do know, I need to be told what I don't know.
I also want to talk about Sydney Cats and Dogs Home again. We know that there was that one-off grant of $12 million, and that was intended to cover all of stage 1 works for the new shelter, but due to the delays, due to the increase in construction costs, that $12 million is now only covering 60%. I know that they're fundraising as madly as they can to raise that extra 40%, but the current climate is not ideal for fundraising, and they're really struggling with that. Has the government given any consideration to even covering a small amount extra of that funding so they can actually get these works underway, so that we're not sort of losing this major opportunity to build a great shelter?
Well, I'm not sure whether we've been asked. Have we been told they're short of money? We've actually, haven't we, renegotiated the project to get them to come within budget?
Well, rescoped. In fact, the Sydney Dogs and Cats told us that their first stage would be $12 million. When we asked Public Works who were auspiced to undertake the project, they realised that the Sydney Dogs and Cats scope was actually $17 million, and I don't agree that it was because of delay in construction costs. It has been rescoped, I suppose what you call value engineered, so that we can get that first stage down within the $12 million. And Sydney Dogs and Cats has said that they will continue to raise funding for the remainder of the works.
Yeah.
Some of that reduction in scope include things like changing some of the materials, not clearing as much of the site as had originally
sorry to
been
interrupt
proposed.
you. It's just, I mean, as you know, I was in the meeting with both of you where a lot of this was discussed as well, and I appreciate you both coming in to meet with Sydney Cats and Dogs. But the ongoing issue is that they aren't able to raise, and they're very grateful for the 12, but they are struggling to raise the minimum amount that they need to get this work started. And so I'm asking you, Minister, are you willing to look at potentially finding a small amount of money to be able to make sure that we can get started on the work?
Sorry, Ms Hurst. You said that they can't start. We have the $12 million that enables that work to start and been working and have been participating.
Well, I'll rephrase my question then, if you're concerned about the way I phrased the question, but that there isn't the money to be able to complete this project currently in place. I guess, yes, with the 12 million they could start, but at the moment they're trying to fundraise for the gap, and they haven't been able to get that gap filled with fundraised money. And so I'm asking the Minister, are you open to consider providing further funding so that they're not sort of, at the moment, and as you appreciate, you were in that meeting with me, their concern is that if that money isn't fundraised, then what happens?
So I can't give you a funding commitment because I don't have a bucket of money to...
Sure, but will you consider it, or will you take it to the Treasurer?
To them. And I just say other community groups are going to struggle. I mean, if you have a look at the GDP figures from yesterday...
I'm sure that there are a lot of community groups that are
everybody's going to be struggling in the future.
But, Minister, I'm asking you if you will consider...
I'm a great supporter of Sydney Cats and Dogs Homes. I've been to their ball in the past. I know they've had internal problems a few years ago, but I'm a great supporter of them, so I'm happy to advocate on their behalf.
So you'll advocate to the Treasurer for further funding? Thank you, I appreciate that, Minister. The opposition.
At the last budget estimates, you talked, well, and I know it was a government, an election promise to implement a review into the financial model for local government.
The financial
Model for local government. And initially, IPART was to conduct that review, and at the last budget estimates, you mentioned, well, it's now in play that the State Development Committee is doing the review. Why wasn't it originally given to the State Development Committee to do?
I don't know. That's a matter for that's a matter for the vagrancies of the New South Wales Legislative Council, isn't it? I don't know how that
It
works.
was a referral from you.
Oh, my referral.
Yes.
It's your referral. We're doing your work.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why didn't you give it to us first rather than IPART?
Well, in fact, I'm actually quite grateful that that members of the Legislative Council are making themselves available for public hearings for doing those sorts of things, because the government doesn't like to make, ad hoc decisions. It prefers community to have its say, and thinks that Legislative Council is eminently qualified to sit there and listen to the public and make sensible recommendations.
So, but by doing that, there was a delay, because initially to IPART it was January, and then by doing the referral to, there was.
Look, I'll just
I think, Ms McDonald, my recollection of this, because this was ventilated quite extensively at the last budget estimates, is that the IPART timeframe was going to be delivered over a period that was more than 12 months. In fact, it was probably 18.
Yeah.
And the Minister had asked the State Development Committee to deliver this quicker, given, as everyone is saying, there is significant concern about the financial sustainability of councils.
Yeah, okay.
Can I say this, though, to you, that IPART last year, when they released their final report, did what effectively the government, I wanted, to get the government to agree to it was a different story. He changed the flexibility and gave councils really the ability to rate peg and increase their income by 4.6% to 8.2%.
Yes, I
which was a major benefit to them, and things like ESL increases were going to be a pass through to them. That was a pretty significant change, bearing in mind there's a cost of living crisis. There's still an advocacy of
12:28 p.m.
There's still those who advocate, including the USU and Graham Kelly, that there should be no rate pegging at all for councils, and they should be free to set their own income.
Yeah.
Now, that's been the view of local government for the 46 years or so rate pegging's been in existence. No government's been prepared to do it in the past, and unlikely to in the future. But there must be ways in which there must be ways in which we can provide a longer term revenue stream for councils that provide some public protection for massive arbitrary rate increases. What's happened this last couple of years, which has never happened before, is that you can go to IPART for a special rate variation. IPART became very flexible because of financial sustainability. You have got to consult your community. The last couple of years, communities have been up in arms about SRVs. That's never happened before. Happening now. All relates to cost of living, people's availability of money and things of that nature. Sorry. The government's going to have to continue to have some oversight, but how to do it, we're waiting for
the report.
We're waiting for the report
and the recommendations.
And then there's a decision-making process, and there's a government got to agree. It's not an easy solution at all. But in the intervening period, I just say to you, councils would be very happy with what IPART did last year.
Yeah.
And if you're a member of that committee and you listen to the chairman of IPART giving evidence, she is an extremely impressive individual.
Okay. And so just on, how will the government response? And you mentioned, the revenue raising ability of councils, and so you've got smaller councils that have unique challenges because they've got limited rate bases and higher per capita service delivery costs. So what, how will you consider in your response how different councils can, meet those challenges?
Councils have to themselves address a number of expenditure issues. I've talked to you about that before.
Mm-hmm.
One council has invited me to come and visit the other day. He's got a financial sustainability issue, but they're funding 4 museums. And I say, Mr. Mayor, you can't. If you fund, it's up to you whether you fund 4 museums. If you're funding 4 museums, you can't fund something else. You get to the situation of Kiama Council where not only historically have they funding aged care, they invested in aged care in 2017 and 18 and nearly sent themselves insolvent and have to sell assets. You've got Snowy Valleys, which is one of those first forced merger disasters, got themselves into trouble in relation to aged care. They need to do a reflection of their expenditure. They need to determine whether or not these services that they themselves are providing are services their community want them to fund. I mean, they can if they want.
Well, surely that would be, during election time.
You can't do it during election
No,
time.
no. I mean, then the community would decide whether they want those things by whether those
right.
councils are re-elected. So if I can just redirect you, do you think that or does the government believe there should be provision for councils in high growth areas to receive additional financial support?
Rate peg determinations now have a population factor taken into consideration in any event, which provides them a far more level of service, a far more level of being able to access greater income based upon their population. Secondly, the other factor with councils in high growth areas, well, in fact most councils, if you have a look at how much they're getting out of the state and feds and compared to how much they're giving back to the state and feds, they're well and truly in front in any event. You usually find that the government are pretty supportive and have been historically, although we would say the previous government not enough of funding infrastructure in those high growth areas. They seem to be the area that demand a lot of New South Wales government capital expenditure.
Yeah, okay. And how will the response, so going on that, as you said, in high growth areas where they'll need infrastructure funding, how will the government or how will the response address the growing need for that infrastructure funding when councils are experiencing significant development and population growth?
That's really probably a question you should address to the Minister for Planning. I'd be happy to answer it, but I don't think the Minister for Planning would be.
He's already been on, hasn't he? Okay.
Without him vetting it first, I should say.
Okay. And I think I asked that, the response. I did that last one, sorry. I think I've covered all. Sorry.
Minister, in your diary disclosures, you've only met with one councillor in the latest disclosure, and that was Councillor Bernard Purcell of Ryde Council, alone. I know you've met with many other councillors as part of delegations and the like. But as an individual declared councillor, there's only one in your latest disclosures, and that was Councillor Bernard Purcell from Ryde. Minister, did this meeting influence your decision to decline permitting the City of Ryde to issue a PAN for the purchase of TG Milner Field?
No.
No?
No.
What was discussed at that meeting then?
I don't know, does the disclosure say what it was? I think
Local government sector matters.
my memory escapes me. Is
on the
he
9th
is
of
he a
April.
candidate for mayor or something?
He is, yep.
Yeah,
And a
I think
councillor on Ryde Council.
I think that's. I think that's what. I think he was introducing himself and letting me know that he was a candidate for mayor. That's why I asked you the question whether he was or not.
Yep.
I think that was a meet and greet about.
Okay. So no other issues about Ryde that were raised there or that influenced your determination?
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty common when you talked about anybody about Ryde, their $100 million hole in the ground for their
Labor's hole?
for their civic centre or. Someone's giving me a note.
Your meeting.
Oh, and it was. If you're getting at 2G Milner, the meeting seemed to be after I'd made the decision about 2G Milner. So
Okay. So you
that's
made a
what you're getting
decision,
at.
a determination before that meeting on TG Milner?
I think you asked me about 2G Milner before,
I've
haven't you?
often interested in TG Milner.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
And yes, I have asked you about TG Milner previously and other meetings you'd had about TG Milner, potentially. Thank you, Minister. So with respect to that TG Milner decision, your decision is final now with TG Milner. The state government will not allow Ryde City Council to proceed with purchasing TG Milner?
If they can come back with a... I find this because it's quite fascinating. Someone tell me, oh, here is 46. I think somebody could yell out 46, wouldn't you? You're a bit slow, mate.
I'll go chastise later.
Next one.
Right. As I indicated with Ryde, it was based upon their ability to fund. Their Ryde Council's got a number of unresolved challenges with real potential of endangering their ongoing financial viability. There have been known instances of governance and financial failures, including their self-reporting for accessing restricted funds, and their council flagship project, Ryde Central, has stalled as a hole in the ground. When they made, given the valuation of the property, when they made their pan, as they call it, I asked the department in September 2023 to request and identify an appropriate funding source for acquiring the field. I got no response. I sent a follow-up letter in January of this year. As at earlier this year, the council has been able to demonstrate an adequate source of funding for the acquisition. So I made the decision based on the merits of council's application in alignments with the requirements of the Act. And I just say to you, Mr. Farlow, a responsible government can't knowingly slug ratepayers of Ryde with a huge bill the council can't pay, especially in a cost of living crisis. So Ryde Council really need to focus on their immediate challenges, communicate a clear path from the community. If they can come up with the funds or source of funds, they can approach me again.
Okay. So under you at this stage, no support for TG Milner?
Well, no.
Tripartite deal like Leichhardt Oval received? No?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But anyway, look, I mean, whatever Leichhardt Oval got, which I'm not in the position of judging, would be nowhere near enough that would cover the costs of acquisition of TG Milner. You're talking about, on some arguments, of more than $100 million they could be liable for. So you're talking about huge funds. I'm told anecdotally anyway.
Yeah, Minister, I want to turn to something sort of in my area. So New England Weeds Authority.
I'm sorry.
The New England Weeds Authority. Yes, that So it faces severe financial difficulties, including inability to pay staff and creditors. What do you see as the specific failures in oversight that contributed to these issues? And what role will the Office of Local Government play in monitoring and supporting the Weeds Authority's governance?
Well, the Audit Office raised with the Office of Local Government severe financial challenges because the Audit Office was unable to obtain an audit because of the complete and misleading financial records. There was other matters relating to staff expenditure was also referred to the Independent Commission Against Corruption. So the financial mismanagement resulted in me dismissing the authority. I think the councils were relieved I did so too, and appointed John Rayner, the former Sutherland Council General Manager, as the administrator. And I've just extended his term, haven't I?
You have.
Yeah, I've just extended his term. Mr. Rayner has been asked to look into the financial and administrative challenges that the New England Weeds Authority is currently facing, and he'll make suggestions, on a way forward. Mr. Rayner will continue to work with the authority and its 4-member councils, and will provide a further report to me at the end of the current period of suspension in November 2004, in which time we'll then assess the county council as to where to go from there.
Yeah, okay. And so, as you say, he's been the administrator's been tasked with recommending a strategic improvement plan. What do you think are the specific components of the plan to ensure, say, both immediate relief and then long-term sustainability for the Weeds Authority?
Well, maybe with the alleged corruption having stopped, that might cause an increase in their financial sustainability of the Weeds Authority.
And Mr. Rayner's also working with the member councils as well as DPIRD to look at sort of the options on how the services can be delivered and looking for efficiencies where possible.
And thank you. So what measures are being implemented? Because the Weeds Authority is important, and so is their management services. So they're able to continue operating?
Well, the Weeds Authority is an ongoing concern at the moment.
Yep.
Mr. Rayner is looking to ensure that they can continue to be an ongoing concern, but then also looking to see whether we can wind it, whether it can be wound up. The services that it provides can be provided through other means, and he's looking to do that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because they said, like you said, that the funding challenges, because they don't have the Weeds Action Program grant is delayed, and then they had the withdrawal of the $700,000 loan from the CBA.
Sorry, Ms. McDonald. I think that you would need to look with care at some of the information that was coming out of the Weeds Authority, given, as the Minister said, there were referrals to a number of different agencies. Yep. The Audit Office provided probably one of the most scathing reports I've ever seen on the state of the books. And Mr. Rayner, in his first report, has also been similarly scathing. There has been substantial change in the staff structure. Yep. There are a number of people that previously worked for the Weeds Authority that no longer work at the Weeds Authority as a result of Mr. Rayner's oversight.
And I should also add the withdrawal of the $700,000 loan is not necessarily a reason as to why, well, a contributing factor to their financial problem. If anything, it was a consequence of their financial position, the fact they had to ask for that loan in the first place, and it was cause for concern for us.
So my immediate concern then is what specific reforms will be implemented, not just for New England Weeds Authority, but to prevent similar governance failures in other areas.
The New England Weeds Authority is quite a unique organisation, being a very, very small county council. But I think what it also shows is that the early warning signs have worked here, and that we were able to intervene before it became a non-ongoing concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have government question time. No questions?
Absolutely convinced.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Minister, for attending the hearing this morning. We'll now break for lunch. So, Minister, you are done with your questioning, so thank you, and we'll see the rest of the group after the lunch break at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
if not the ability to comply.
Welcome back. Before we resume questioning, we have some additional witnesses joining us this afternoon that will need to be sworn in. I will call up each witness, and when I do, could you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And I'll start with Ms. Melissa Gibbs, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And my name's Melissa Gibbs and I'm the Director of Policy and Sector Development at the Office of Local Government.
Thank you so much. Mr. Brad Wade.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. My name's Brad Wade and I'm the Director of the Investigations Team of Office of Local Government.
Thank you. Ms. Corinne Bishop.
Hello, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And I'm Karen Bishop, I'm the Director of Sector Performance and Intervention at the Office of Local Government.
Thank you. And Mr. Keith Baxter.
Keith Baxter, Director of Emergency Recovery and Strategy at the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I will now return to questions and I'll throw to Dr. Amanda Cohn.
Thank you. My first question is probably for Mr. Whitworth. I'm just interested in the budget allocation, that $37 million to bolster the capacity of the Office of Local Government. Could you provide a breakdown of how that's being spent?
Certainly. Sorry, you want the 37 million. So the 37 million has been profiled. When I say profiled, some of it is labour expense, some of it is operational. The labour expense is, and I need to think about this year by year because it's easier for me to do that. So we received year by year 4.5 million, of which we have profiled $3 million for extra labour and 1.5 for operational. And we've received another, on top of that, another 4.5 million, which we have a similar profiling, but there is some costs for corporate services and so on and overheads that we need to manage. So as a result of that, I am able to expand the size of the Office of Local Government, not massively, but and it will also depend on the structure that we put in place in terms of if I have more senior executive band people, obviously they will use more of the labour expense costs than if we stay with clerk grades. I have not yet finalised a realignment of the Office of Local Government's functions or its functional structure. I'm not going to take the additional money and put it there on the side. I'm going to integrate it into the Office of Local Government functions. So examples of how we've started to spend the money, we have, and you'll see Mr. Wade was is here as one of the witnesses today. So Mr. Wade is my new Director of Investigations. So that is an example. I am now paying for Mr. Walter as an Executive Director. I have increased and have identified a need to seek new staff in the performance team, which is the team looking at the assessment of council financial sustainability. I have and looking to increase the number of people in the investigations team, continuing to employ people within the strategic policy unit, and I don't want to go too much further because the process of announcing a new functional structure requires a a human resources-based approach in terms of its communication. There will be some movement.
Understood. And if I can maybe helpfully redirect you, I'm not so much interested in the precise structure and the human resources perspective, but more what the priorities are. And I suppose you've outlined some of those. What I'm hearing is investigations, financial performance, the strategic policy unit. I'm interested in sort of in that general bolstering of capacity and resourcing, kind of what your priorities are in terms of which functions are being strengthened.
Yeah, well, I also, what it will also allow me to do is to create a more dedicated area for companion animals as well. At the moment, companion animals, even within OLG, is split across our programs team and our policy team, and we have the pet registration team. So my intention to try and bring those functions together in a more meaningful way. So that's an example. I also had the additional funding for the apprentices and trainees and the management of the grant program. So that will be a priority as well. So it's not one particular area, but it's about strengthening all of the areas, recognising that we have an ambitious policy agenda, recognising that we have seeking to become more data-driven and working with councils on their financial sustainability and understand their concerns much earlier on. So that means that I need more people to be able to, as we've said, to read a council, so more than just reading their financial statements, reading how that council is operating from a performance perspective. We need more people in the investigation space. The discussion paper released this morning will, I hope, actually see a reduction in the workload of the investigations team. But having said that, the investigations team is incredibly stretched at the moment, and we hope to see a more focused way in which investigations are occurring, because we're not investigating Facebook complaints, we're investigating things that we can actually investigate. We're investigating code of conduct breaches, pecuniary interest concerns and so forth.
Thanks. I'll come back to the new code of conduct
Sure.
In another session. In terms of the increased resourcing, is it your understanding that that's intended to be a permanent increase in resourcing? How many years ahead has this been planned for?
This is why I like to describe it in the two components of the 4.5 million. We have received an additional 4.5 million per year with CPI adjustments for 10 years. So that's the long-term forward estimates of the budget. We have received an additional 4.5 million CPI adjusted on top of that for the next 4 years.
Okay, thanks. And just coming back to the apprentices and trainees, the Minister indicated this morning that that process is sort of happening over the, I think, coming months, if I remember the words correctly.
I had a workshop earlier this week with a number of interested parties, so joint organisation, executive officers, the representatives of the union, local government, New South Wales local government professionals, where we discussed the draft guidelines. I really want to try and get those draft guidelines to the Minister and out for approval before the end of this month, so that we can give council surety that they can start employing, or knowing that they can start the recruitment process for additional trainees and apprentices, knowing that there'll be money to fund that, and also knowing that we'll then have additional staff commencing for the 2025 academic year.
Okay. And is this a process where, for example, councils will need to apply to have positions funded, or is it that there's a block amount available to particular councils or for particular professionals that's guaranteed in a way?
We believe that it's more appropriate to seek the councils to make an application. That way they can come to us with what's best for them. We have needed to talk about it as being a competitive grants process so that we can ensure that we can allocate the funding in the most appropriate way. The Minister, and in saying that, I'm not concerned whether Council X wants to employ 3 carpenters and 2 planning cadets and a childcare trainee, and another council wants to just do all landscape gardeners. That if that's what works for them from their workforce capability perspective, then that's fine. But what we will be concerned about is making sure that there's a relatively even spread, and there will be some councils that will have greater capacity to employ trainees. It may be those councils that don't have the capacity to employ trainees, cadets and apprentices that we want to make sure can. So there is a degree of recognition of the disadvantage that some councils will face, and we want to factor that in. So the guidelines will enable us to make those sorts of allocations.
Okay, thank you. I can see I've only got a minute left. I might go to my colleague who's been scribbling furiously about the new companion animals unit.
That's all
Probably
right.
has some questions.
Sorting out my own questions. See, I might actually throw to Mr. Walker, when we were talking before, you talked about, I think you said 85% of the funding that was received from the companion animals grant was going into the pounds. Do you know where the other money, the rest of that is going then?
Yeah, so I now have a more detailed breakdown, but I've only got the numbers in total quantum of the 70 councils that responded to our survey. Sorry, 82 councils that responded to our survey.
Yeah.
So of the 82 respondents, 14.6 million went to pound services, 14 million went to ranges, 2.7 was administrative costs, such as registration and other sort of front desk functions of council. 1.6 million was in education, 850,000 for registration expenses, and 404,000 for microchipping.
Thank you. And I also wanted to just clarify before, Ms Abigail Boyd was asking questions in regards to the registration of animals, and I think it was mentioned that that there's a 12-month extension for rehoming groups. Is that just for registered rehoming groups, or is that for any rehoming organisation?
For registered.
Just for the registered ones. And so what does that mean then, I suppose, for the questions that Ms Boyd was proposing for, we know that there's a significant number of groups that aren't actually registered with OLG that are still running rehoming work, and I believe a lot of those organisations are the ones that are, collecting community cats and attempting to rehome them. So I think that all that work is then going to stop. Is that something that's been brought to the office's attention?
Yeah, not as yet, but the Minister indicated this morning a willingness to look at some of those issues, so I suspect that'll be part of our writing instructions.
Yeah, okay. And will that, do you think, go into the discussion paper, or is that sort of more finalised at this point?
One of the opportunities that we have with the discussion paper is it's not yet finalised, and so there could well be people scribbling as we speak.
Okay. Right, well, I better get on to other things then. Who's the best person to speak to in regards to the pet registry?
Well, if you have a question, you could direct it to myself, and then I'll make sure that I allocate it to the correct person. Okay,
we'll do that. My office was advised that the rollout of the pet registry would only affect breeders and individuals. However, I was contacted once it was rolled out by a large number of independent rescue organisations who found themselves locked out of the old pet registry. And that created a whole new crisis for them already. And so they weren't able to register any new cats or dogs or transfer ownership, and the only way they could do that was filling in paperwork and providing it to councils, and that whole outdated regime. I'm just wondering where we're up to on correcting that problem and when they will have access to the pet registry again.
So I will ask Ms Bishop to talk to some of the details, but that I'd also like to say that if the people are having concerns, they should contact us, and we'll, using the pet helpline, we'll make sure that we work with those parties to ensure that we get the best solution that is available. The idea of expanding the pet registry to rehoming organisations has always been an ambition, but it's not within the first stage of the pet registry. But it has always been an ambition to create additional portals, for vets, for councils, for rehoming organisations.
Yeah.
So,
my understanding is that's quite far away, though. My concern, like my immediate concern, is just that these groups have been locked out entirely, and what it means for them to be.
Do you mind if, when you say locked out, they had previously had access to the companion animals register and no longer have access?
That's correct.
To the register.
Yeah.
That would seem to be unusual.
Yeah. Look, I'll double check the arrangements. They should still have access to the car to be able to do the transitions. I think one of the challenges was that a lot of rehoming groups, because we haven't had organisational logins, have used individual logins. So you've had one staff member who, owns 40 cats. So there's been that sort of individual transfer process that they've been able to use. It's not ideal because obviously we can't then clearly see what the numbers and the data with the rehoming organisations is. So what we are hoping to do when we build the new portal for rehoming organisations is talk to them, understand what their needs are, try and avoid these sort of ad hoc approaches where they've been able to use an individual login to get in, and try and create a system that will be a lot more sort of coherent and clear, and also improve that sort of transparency and accountability around what is exactly happening and what they need from us.
So, I mean, these organisations have obviously contacted OLG, and I assume that you've been made aware of that. And they've been told that this will be corrected in September. So we're in September now. I understand what you're saying, sort of, stepping back and logically looking at it. It's not an ideal situation if they're looking in as independently. But from my understanding, from information I've got around the timeline, we're looking at months, maybe years. I mean, it's a big problem that they're now locked out of the pet registry entirely until that gets sorted. Can I just get an update, for this sort of urgent situation now? Because, these rescue groups can't possibly be going to council and doing paper forms for every animal.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I've just had some information. Rescue groups never actually had access through the old online registry, so nothing has changed for them. Through the old online pet registry.
Yes,
they have been able to work through the car.
To clarify, so they were able to access it through the avenue that you were saying.
Yep.
So registering as an independent person, even though they were organisation. So it was a back road in.
Yep.
But now, since the new one has come out, they've been entirely locked out, and so that back road in no longer has access, which means they've been cut out entirely.
Sorry, but when you say they've been cut out entirely, the individual can still register. What you're saying is that the organisation, as an entity, is unable to register.
No, they can't get in at all.
Stage one only provided access to those who are currently using a Service New South Wales login. Stage two will apply to all breeders and owners, and that's called Link My Pet. Now, yes, we had previously indicated that would be a September rollout. It's close, but some IT delays of government through the path transition has meant that work program's been extended slightly.
And so when that stage two happens, will these organisations be able to re-access it, or are we still waiting for future?
In the same way that they did it previously, i.e. having to be almost an individual owner on that system rather than the organisational login.
Yeah, so that backdoor approach, as you say, which obviously is less than ideal, will be available if somebody goes in as an individual and sets themselves up as an owner and can then transfer.
Okay. And so I know you said it was slightly delayed. Do we have any kind of, are we talking weeks, months?
We are working with our IT provider, which is the Department of Customer Service, to address this issue, and to get a clear expectation around the deliverables and the timeframes.
Okay.
So it is one of the frustrating elements of an IT process, using an agile delivery mechanism where it can be difficult to identify a timeframe.
Sorry, did you have something to add to that?
I was just going to add, because I've just had some notes here, the issue around the zero registration fees always was done through paper, because obviously an individual can transfer the animal, but then we don't know that it's come from a rehoming organisation. So there's always been that strong paper element to any kind of transfers.
But I think that's only for registered rehoming organisations. Because what we're talking about,
you're talking about the unregistered and the individual, right?
Yeah, so they don't get that.
They wouldn't have got the exemption.
Yeah, they don't get that exemption.
Yeah.
And so they were able to use sort of, not an ideal. I totally agree with you in the fact that it wasn't ideal how they were using the pet registry. But now that they've been cut out by accident, it kind of then has created a whole lot of paperwork problems, which was a paperwork problem that registered rehoming groups hate as well, but it's something that we've been trying to fix for them as well.
I guess it has resulted in a bit more visibility for us then as to the numbers of people, because councils collecting that paperwork will then be able to track individuals who are doing these large-scale transfers without necessarily us having been aware of it because they weren't in that accredited group.
And prior to the rollout, we were trying to inform stakeholders to try and make sure they were using the Service New South Wales system. We've had 23,700 owners on the new system under stage 1. But yeah, we recognise that those that weren't on that system are still waiting for stage 2 before they can get access.
Okay. And do we have any sort of further timeline? Because obviously, I know I say this every time we're in budget estimates, but there is that real urgent need for rescue organisations and the registered rehoming organisations who are still having to hand deliver paperwork to council. And I know I've mentioned it before as well, that there's this whole time delay then, because I've heard feedback that some councils will receive that paperwork and it could be 10 months before that paperwork is processed, and legally that animal is then still in the ownership of somebody else. And so there's this huge problem in regards to rehoming. And, if people were doing things the way that this is designed, they would still be at the rehoming facility for that 10 months waiting for that paperwork to get processed. Do we have any idea around a timeline for those next stages of the pet registry and making sure that registered rehoming organisations will have access?
Yeah, in terms of timeline, it's a priority of government and it's a priority of ours to have it sort of delivered as soon as possible. However, the delays are more technical in nature, and we're working with DCS to get them resolved as quickly as possible.
Thank you. The opposition?
Mr Whitworth, with respect to Liverpool City Council, so advice was, have you sought advice as to?
So, well, I would like to just make two comments and then let you ask the question. So the first comment is that I want to have on Hansard my objection about questions regarding this for the reasons that I flagged this morning. I am a second respondent and I'm still concerned that any questions may prejudice any matter that is a subject of an appeal, and that secondly that there is an appeal at the moment, and it will be very challenging based on legal advice to answer any questions that you put to me. But nonetheless,
and that is to confirm that's the advice of our General Counsel as well from the department.
Okay. Well, I'll put the questions to you. Mr Whitworth, you can determine whether you wish to answer them or not, or in the way in which you answer them. And I guess I would note as well that we do have the potential for supplementary budget estimates, which I imagine would be at the conclusion of any legal proceedings, and maybe the questions could be asked at that point.
I would be happy to provide responses after the appeal when I'm able to provide, a view on the appeal and the way that the appeal has been conducted.
And look, Mr Whitworth, I don't want to waste everyone's time here this afternoon either by going through a range of questions and you providing me that response effectively and me not really being able to do much more than that. So if that is to be the case, then I think we might have to investigate the supplementary budget estimates hearing to ventilate some of these questions potentially.
Certainly, Mr Farlow. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Where was I going? So you've received the 37.4 million funding. No, that's not where I was. I was just wondering, sorry, if I can start again. With the working from home memo or directive that went out, has the Office of Local Government been impacted by this directive?
That's actually a question for me as the administrative head of the
Thank you.
department. The Office of Local Government is one of the agencies within my department. We will have a department-wide policy. What we are doing at the moment is currently undertaking a review of our workplaces, so we understand where people are and how often they are there. We will be putting out a workplace survey after the PMES. I don't want my staff doing 2 surveys simultaneously. I'd rather they were doing actual work. And we will be developing a draft policy which will go out for staff consultation post the September school holidays when staff are available. We'll take the feedback from that consultation and we'll get to a policy position.
And do you know at present the number of staff that would be working from home?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
On notice,
yeah.
okay.
And it would be different agency to agency as well. So it's not. I couldn't give you a direct figure.
And I mean the working from home process. So we have identified for all our staff the importance of having a workplace agreement that covers their ability to work from home. But it will vary, and it will vary depending on individual issues and circumstances. My workplace agreement says that I'll work from home if I'm lucky one day a fortnight, but I had to work from home 2 days this week because I was sick one of those days and I still needed to work. So it will vary depending on the individual circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah, and the department's policy position will reflect that.
Okay, so we'll take that part on notice. And just on that, and you said that you were looking at expanding the size of the OLG workforce there. Will that mean, will the office at Nowra be big enough for that expansion, or will you be looking at having to move offices or?
One of the benefits of being able to work in a location agnostic perspective with the technology that we have available within the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure is that I don't need to be concerned about the office space in Nowra, but nonetheless, so I am able to employ, and in fact, the Office of Local Government has employees that cover, almost the major regional centres of New South Wales, and they all get access to office facilities that are close by to them. The Nowra office does have the capacity, however, to expand.
Yeah. Okay. And the other question I asked the Minister with regard to financial reform of council, so I'm not sure. When do you expect that there will be financial reforms to council? I know that the inquiry hasn't finished yet, so perhaps it's a bit premature.
I do think it's premature. It's almost an existential question. I can't answer that until I know what what reforms that are being proposed by the inquiry, and then what of those reforms the government will accept and or and move to implement. There has been a lot of work done and continue to be done on financial improvements within councils. We've been implementing a number of the audit office recommendations about the need for a stronger risk management approach to how we work with and assess and track councils' finances, which has seen us being able to get early warning signs of a number of councils, and we've actually gone and proactively talked to those councils with some remediation strategies. We are also looking and working, not working with the audit office, but following discussions with the audit office, some of those issues that councils have raised around depreciation, around the valuation of assets. We have been and will continue to look at that in terms of the update of the accounting code. So there's quite a raft of things that we're already working towards. The Independent Pricing Regulatory Tribunal has identified its new approach to the rate peg process, and again that's starting to flow through, I think, into the way councils are working. and we continue to advocate at the Commonwealth level for a fairer share for local government out of the financial assistance grants.
Yeah, okay, right, thank you. And I'll move on to Code of Conduct and the discussion paper. And I know it's only just been released, but I've already had, feedback from a councillor in Kiama welcoming that you're doing this.
Oh, it's terrific news.
So it's 15th of November, I believe, for that it closes off for feedback.
Yes.
And what timeline from then do you think to actual implementation of the new Code of Conduct?
Well, the discussion paper. So, I wouldn't just limit my answer to the Code of Conduct in that because the discussion paper talks about a number of different strategies. There will need to be legislative change to implement the reforms that are in the discussion paper, which means that there will need to be bills brought. So there'll need to be bills brought to Parliament and an implementation program. There are some elements of the discussion paper that can be done through regulatory approaches. So the changes to the meeting code of practice that the Minister talked about can be done through an update of the meeting code and then a change and an updated regulation. We can start working on an updated form of the Code of Conduct. We can be doing the engagement at the back end around how the new process of the proposed privileges panel, how the process of creating a referral through for tribunals to be the decision maker around sanctions, which will relieve me of that uncomfortable burden. We will be able to do all that in the background. I dare say it's always hard to predict timeframes when you've got a piece of legislation involved, but I would dare say there would be an ambition for legislation as soon as possible. It may be challenging given the November timeframe to have legislation this calendar year, but definitely early next calendar year I would be expecting some sort of legislative change.
So it could be in staged,
certainly
as
will
you
be,
say, because some things you can do immediately, others will require changes. And so the Code of Meeting Practice could probably be something that could be staged almost.
Could almost be staged as early as we possibly can. The Minister does have the power to update the meeting code of practice effectively at any time and to recommend to the Governor that that be adopted through regulation. So that can be in almost any period of time. Some of the recommendations in the discussion paper are about the stronger powers for mayors to deal with there is a disorderly behaviour within a council meeting. Some of those powers will require legislation, but there are other elements. The Minister talked about banning briefing sessions, so on. Those can be dealt with under an updated code and regulation almost immediately.
And you also mentioned about engagement. So will there be some sort of training or awareness provided to councils so that they can implement without disruption and so it's a smooth transition?
Yes, certainly. We have a number of training mechanisms that there would be discrete training as a result of this, and probably like to look at potentially whether there be options for training for mayors and governance managers within councils about the new meeting code of practice. We also have a process or a series of training sessions called Hit the Ground Running, which is essentially every Thursday afternoon for 2 hours or so after once the election has been resolved between October and effectively into February, taking a period off for Christmas. We have those sessions where they deal with a wide range of issues, and councillor conduct, meeting code of practice certainly will be part of that.
Okay. So I just want to turn to RSPCA. Would that come under you?
Well,
You could try Dr. Filmer.
Sorry.
He's here from DPI.
So at the moment, the RSPCA have indicated it will have to downsize its inspectorate if adequate funding is not received. Has the government assessed the potential impacts of this downsizing on animal welfare in New South Wales, and what contingency plans are in place if the RSPCA cannot maintain its current level of service?
Thank you, Ms McDonald. I can deal with that question. So we are in the process at the moment. We have a grant process open for the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League in relation to funding for enforcement activities under POCTA. So that grant process is live. It will close on the 13th of September, at which point we will assess the applications that are made against the grant guidelines, and that's a requirement of the law in terms of making sure we assess applications received under a grant program in accordance with the grant guidelines. So one of the issues that we'll be looking at is value for money as well.
Mm-hmm. And so when's the cut-off date for the applications or the grant program?
So 13th of September.
13th of September. And so if organisations apply, when would they expect to receive advice of whether they're successful or not in that funding?
So these questions were asked of Minister Moriarty in the Portfolio Committee number 4 last week. So I'd refer you to her evidence in terms of as quickly as possible. But it's obviously also subject to the information that we receive in the application, which will have to be assessed against the criteria.
All right. So then probably my next question, if RSPCA is unable to fulfil its duties, is the Department of Primary Industries prepared? But then I should have asked PC4 that question.
That's right, and I guess it's at this point a hypothetical scenario. So we've got a process that's open.
Mm-hmm. So I might go to Sydney Cat and Dog Homes, who would be responsible.
If you could direct your questions through to me. And
so it's previously been described as a priority, yet there've been delays. What steps have been taken to sort of to make sure that the project is being held accountable for the delays and any potential cost overruns?
Well, it's interesting that you ask about being held accountable for cost overruns, because that has been effectively the delay to ensure that there are no cost overruns. We were presented with a project that could not be delivered within the $12 million scope as being that first stage. So I think it's previous evidence that I've given to this inquiry and that the Office of Local Government has given to budget estimates has been our concern around ensuring that we had a suitable, authority or agency to deliver the project. We have appointed Public Works Advisory or the Public Works Department to auspice the project, and in doing that they identified that there were problems with matching the cost to the scope of works. There had been a lot of work done with with Sydney Dogs and Cats architect to understand where those costs came from, where the scope of works were, and they've managed to reduce them down so that there is a project that fits within the $12 million scope, which still provides the appropriate functionality. There is a governance structure that has both a working group that's responsible for the conversations day to day, and a project control group that I chair to ensure that we're keeping to cost and to time. I'm a little bit frustrated, but I understand that and in fact have received an invitation to a groundbreaking ceremony, quite shortly. So we are, getting close to actually being able to commence. And we've also done as much as we can to ensure that, knowing the subsequent stages were always going to be delivered by Sydney Dogs and Cats, that the design doesn't jeopardise their ability to do that.
Mm-hmm. So when do you think the completion, if you're going to a ground breaking ceremony soon, when do you think it will be completed, construction?
Yeah, it's on track for delivery by July 25.
July 25, okay, thank you. And are there any contingencies in place if there are further delays?
Contingencies in the sense of,
for Sydney Cat.
So that work program does have some contingencies for usual construction delays, such as weather and other things like that.
Yep.
But that date's based on where we are with the process at the moment. The tenders that will be awarded recently, and assuming construction starts on the 23rd of September as envisaged.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you're communicating with the councils that are keeping them up to date with all of this, I imagine?
Sydney Cats and Dogs Home largely liaise with the councils that they provide the services to.
Okay.
They have the contractual arrangements with those councils.
Okay, yeah. All right. I think that's all I've got so far.
Okay, sure. Thank you. With the minute or so we've got remaining, that's all right, no worries. I'm just not going to start another big line of questioning. So, housing and productivity contribution, which outlined $1 million of funding for local governments over 10 years. Is there any mechanism by which local governments can seek funding through that contribution yet?
That's actually a question for the Treasurer and the Minister for Planning.
Okay, so Office of Local Government's got no role in the design of that funding or the like?
No, OLG do not have a role in that.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to, I'm going to have to start another line of questioning now on something for two questions. Let's go to AI and assessing DAs, and that $5.6 million funding program, which is being provided to successful councils. Has the Office of Local Government had any role in terms of determining that with successful councils and working through the mechanism at all?
No, OLG were not involved in that. That was through the Minister for Planning and the planning sections of my department.
Okay, thank you.
That was easy, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm looking at the 6543.
Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thanks. I'd like to come back to the Code of Conduct discussion paper, which has some really promising changes in it, I should start by acknowledging. I just have a couple of questions about some of the suggested provisions and the work that's already gone into it. I've already received some queries about the recommendation that councillors be expected to stand when addressing a meeting where they're able to. What consultation was undertaken with disability advocates in coming to this discussion paper?
There was no consultation with disability advocates, but I'm sure that as I said, it's a discussion paper. I think we're very well aware that there are some people that are unable to stand, that there are people that if they can stand, they can't stand for very long. There are already a number of councils that have the provision within their meeting code of practice about standing, either for when the mayor comes in or when they are speaking, and those meeting codes also have sensible provisions that recognise that if you can't stand, you can't stand, and that I'm sure that we will ensure the same sorts of provisions apply. In fact, we could adopt the provisions of the Legislative Council and or the Legislative Assembly. I note that during, that other than during committee sessions, both Legislative Council and Legislative Assembly, the intention and expectation is that members stand when they're addressing the House.
What consultation might you take moving forward with disability advocates?
Well, it's certainly ways to ensure that we can. I think happy to take any advice from disability advocates. Always happy to do that. I also think that the intent of the policy is to ensure that the respect of the chamber is created. There's a degree of respect that is created for the chamber. There is a degree of respect that is created for the person that is speaking, and there is a degree of respect that is created for the person that is chairing the meeting. If someone is unable to stand, if they are despite the fact that they're chairing, or that they're unable to stand in order to present, then we need to ensure that they are given an appropriate mechanism to ensure that their respect is demonstrated, but without forcing them to do something that they're incapable of doing. I don't want this to run counter to the idea that we want to increase the diversity of our councillors. We spent a lot of time and effort to increase the diversity of councillors to ensure that our councillors represent and reflect our community, and our community includes people that do not have the same or do not have the same level of mobility and accessibility as others, and we don't want to exclude them from any process.
Thank you. You've led me beautifully into my next question, which is about the mooted privileges committee.
Yes.
And I appreciate the intent of having councillor behaviour being judged by a group of peers. What's suggested is that this is a panel composed of experienced mayors and ex-mayors. What steps can be taken to ensure the diversity of that group?
We'd be open to having recommendations and advice on that. There are any number of options that we could pursue. It could be a mechanism where people are voted onto the panel. It could be a mechanism where the minister makes a decision based on nominations that are brought forward by councils. It could be a mechanism where Local Government New South Wales, as the peak group representing councillors, suggests a means by which people could be nominated and appointed. It could be any and all of those. Yep. I think what we do want to make sure of, though, is, and this is the experienced element of it, that there are people that understand the nature of the political debate, the nature of the robustness of debate in a democracy, and are able to discern the difference between that robust debate and someone that has gone too far. And that will come from those people that have chaired meetings themselves, that have been involved in democratic processes for some period of time.
Absolutely. I think there's a suggestion there that at least 2 terms served on a council, I think, was the suggestion, which seems reasonable on face value. I suppose my concern, and because this only came out today, I have not been able to consult widely on it yet, but certainly from my own experience when I was elected to council as a 26-year-old woman, my particular experiences of, for example, bullying by other councillors, when I imagine a panel of former mayors, certainly when you look around a room at an organisation like Local Government New South Wales back in 2016, frankly it was very pale, stale and male. I'm not sure that a panel of random ex-mayors I would have necessarily trusted to understand the unique experiences of a young woman of misogyny in local government. So I'm hoping that there can be some provision for ensuring a diversity of views and experiences, and I'm sure people of colour, people with disability, people from First Nations groups would have similar concerns.
Okay.
Yep. My other question was about the code of conduct stats that were backward-looking. So in the introduction to this document, you've listed the number of complaints and their outcomes through to the end of 2023. Have you got updated figures for 2024?
No, I don't. I have been asking, and it is a. You would say to me, Brett, why don't you have these figures? Surely it's easy to get, but it's also a question of how do you categorise and characterise them. We receive, and what is a complaint? We receive anything we receive through the at OLG, OLG at OLG, that says I'm unhappy about this councillor or this council is deemed to be a complaint. Anything that we receive from councils through a properly created code of conduct assessment is a complaint. Anything we receive that is a referral for a pecuniary interest is a complaint. But it's how they get characterised. It is a source of much frustration for me, because once I'm very much of that adage that once I understand the data, I can control the issue, and I have not been able to get full control of the data despite many attempts. One of the reasons that we have, that I've funded a case management system, and to get that case management system up and running to give me predictable and understandable data about the complaints.
Okay.
So
I am keen to wrap my head around this. How is it possible that you've got stats through to the end of 2023, but not this year?
Because that actually entailed someone, like a single person that went through and said, I think this is a complaint that way, this is a complaint that way, this is a complaint in that mechanism. So they've been able to go back and count that, and they've been able to extract that out of searches that were run on our records management system using search terms and the metadata in the titling of files.
Right, okay, so it was a manual piece of work
it's
for the previous
quite a manual
years.
piece of work, and that person's not with us anymore as well.
Okay,
so
I suppose my follow-up question is, why was a decision made not to do that level of work for 23-24?
Oh, it's not that it hasn't been made. It's not that it hasn't been. I have asked for that information. I just have not been able to. It just has not been able to be done, and it also then leads the question to it's a difficult thing to obtain that. Like, sorry, is it? It's not. I have not said I don't want that I'm stopping that, but it is a question of what is my priority to deal with complaints and reduce the what is effectively a large number of complaints, or to divert someone away to count how many complaints that we have, watching as the complaints keep rolling in. So my choice has been I want to get rid of the large number of complaints as much as possible. But I do want to circle back, and as I said, I want this case management system so that it's more automated.
Absolutely. I'm sure I'm not the only person in trying to have input to this process of a new system that would like to be informed by the data from the most recent year of complaints up till this point.
I would put myself into that category as well.
Okay, thank you. That's my colleague.
Great. Sorry, I've got more questions on the pet registry. I was wondering how much funding has been allocated so far to the upgrade of the New South Wales pet registry since the program began. Thanks, Ms. Bishop.
Okay. $21.6 million.
Thank you. And has all of that so far been spent?
No.
No. So there's still some for the next stages.
That's correct. Yep.
Are you expecting that we will need more money going forward to be able to fully roll out, what people are hoping for, or is it within budget?
I think those are questions and issues that we're still working through. The delay in the finalisation is also a money delay, a money cost as well. I don't know that I don't think I could answer that question.
Okay, it's still sort of up in the air at this point. Now, the Agriculture Minister's Office has advised me that the government's new puppy farm bill will include an online registry that will then become part of the pet registry. Is that something that's been discussed with the Department of Primary Industries and the Office of Local Government as to how that's going to work in with the rollout of the pet registry?
I am of the understanding that there have been discussions about how those two things link together. Ms. Connell, I don't know whether you wanted to add, or Ms. Filmer, Dr. Filmer.
Probably not at this stage, not in addition to the evidence that the Minister gave last week, which was that there are a number of issues that we're working through, and ultimately will be a matter for the government in relation to what the final version of the bill looks like.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't asking so much about the bill. I understand you can't really answer questions about how that bill will look, but more about that pet registry section of it? Is it, and so I'm glad to hear that there's already been discussions between the two offices happening into how that will work. Where will the funding for that come from? Is that an OLG funding or is that a DPI funding issue?
Well, look, I think that the connection point between puppy farms and the pet registry is the breeders and the breeder identification number. So I think that's the connection point, and there is already processes around the breeder identification number. So I would like to take that on notice, but my feeling is that because it's already part of the system, there
won't be any additional funding required if it's just, so if the legislation results in a cap of numbers, net total numbers per breeder, the breeder portal records the bin, and that could be worked into that functionality. If the legislation has greater sort of requirements of the pet registry, would have to assess that.
Okay. So you're expecting that at the moment it will kind of just work in with what's already there for breeders?
Yes.
Will there be the need to, for somebody who's working on that pet registry team to, add other aspects for breeders or to do further consultations with breeders into how that will work in regards to sort of litter numbers and tracking and all that sort of aspects?
Well, again, I think that goes to the nature of the Puppy Farms Bill and the provisions in the Puppy Farms Bill and how it builds on the breeder identification. So we know who the breeder is. We know, we understand where they are. This is where it's not it's not a bill that's already it's coming out of the Office of Local Government. So the mechanisms within that bill and the enforcement mechanisms, that's what you're really talking about. I do feel like I need to defer to my colleagues.
And this is territory we traversed last week in terms of what the enforcement arrangements would be in relation to the bill. And I guess as we gave evidence last week, the elements of the bill are still being worked through. It's a priority for the Minister. It's a priority for her in the next sitting. And in terms of enforcement and compliance agencies in relation to POCTA, as you're aware, it's currently police, RSPCA and Animal Welfare League.
But my understanding is with the pet registry that the enforcement side of the pet registry is the very last part of the pet registry. Is that still the case, or will that move up?
We have talked about council access to the pet registry for enforcement purposes being one of the portals that is at the back end of the delivery process.
Yeah. So that won't be needed for the puppy farm.
My understanding is that the puppy farm provisions, so they're talking about adding it is talking about adding additional requirements onto a breeder that wouldn't be enforced through the pet registry.
But it will be tracked through the pet registry.
I don't know that. I think that that's an assumption.
Okay. So what would the pet registry aspect of the puppy farm bill be?
The breeder identification number. The breeder identification number, which pins you down to a particular breeder, so that you understand who that breeder is by their breeder identification number, and then that is the mechanism that's used to undertake some enforcement mechanism. And again, I feel like it's not the bill that's originating out of the Office of Local Government.
And I also understand the complications that the bill's not finalised, so we can't discuss the bill itself. I think I'm just trying to understand the basic functionality of how that will fit into the pet registry, because we've got, this whole process of putting the pet registry together. My understanding is that the next team will be vets and then rescue groups and then enforcement agencies, and that will involve consultation and then building new aspects of the whole pet registry to try to make it work for each of those groups. My concern is that there's this puppy farm bill with almost like an enforcement section of it sort of tacked in somehow, but the enforcement sort of consultation for how the pet registry will work for them won't happen until the very last stages. Is that still...
I think that's, if I can say, I think that's an assumption that the enforcement mechanisms under the Puppy Farms Bill would be dependent on the pet registry, and I don't believe that that's the case.
But I mean, the technicality of tracking down the breeders, it's not the enforcement section of it in regards to where cruelty would be reported, for example, but for the whole purpose for having a tracking number is if somebody has sold a sick puppy, if somebody is breeding too many animals, if they've exceeded the number of litters, for example. And so the ability for the enforcement agencies to actually track down the breeders, which at the moment they have no information, I mean, there's no point sort of tracking the breeders if that information goes nowhere, if it's just in the registry and no one has access to it, and enforcement agencies won't have access to it.
There is a breeder, I mean, the breeder identification number exists now.
Yeah, but there's no tracking system within it, so the enforcement agencies aren't able to actually use that for enforcement purposes. And so the reason why, you know, this proposal, and it's similar to the source number that I'd put into my legislation, and the reason why this is there is so that, you know, we actually have full oversight. And I'm sort of going a little bit into Agriculture Minister territory here. But, you know, I remember when I was talking to her, she was shocked that nobody knows where all these breeders are. Nobody knows how many animals these breeders have. Nobody knows how many litters they're having. It's kind of just entirely deregulated. And so the whole idea of having this tracking number will be so that that can in some way be enforced and overseen to a degree. And so I don't see how we can have that tracking within the pet registry if it's not going to go to enforcement agencies.
In other words, you see a risk to the enforcement mechanism, and I think we'll have to continue to talk about that with our colleagues.
But what do you mean by risk, sorry?
Well, there is... So, you've just described a situation where, and you know, as you said, the Minister for Agriculture was shocked that, you know, people don't know where these breeders are and so on. So the risk is, if the mechanism of puppy farm legislation works to say that as a breeder you are only able to have so many breeding animals, you're only able to have so many litters, etc., then you want to know who those breeders are, where they are, and every time, and you want to understand how many litters have been had by a particular... So that's the risk that you've identified as that information not being available to an enforcement agency who's enforcing the legislation that hasn't yet been written, enforcing that legislation.
Well, I guess any tracking information, which we don't have at the moment. You know, somebody could have a litter in their backyard and sell them on Gumtree, and you know, it's completely unregulated. Whereas my understanding for the Puppy Farm Bill is to create some sort of regulation. But if we've got that mechanism coming through the pet registry, I'm just trying to work out what that information's used for, or who's it going to, if not the enforcement agencies.
Well, I mean, I've asked those same questions myself, and it's a question of, how do you, first of all, you've got to create the information, as in you've got to know who's registered, what animals have been born, how have they been microchipped. So that's why the important first steps was to get the owners and the breeders and the vets involved. Then it comes, once we've created those portals that people can understand and interrogate data, then those portals hopefully should be able to be replicated out for new groups, which is why they were in that second stage. That's the logic, and I fully accept your concern that that means that there is a risk that enforcement stage, you know, if that gets delayed, there is a risk to the enforcement process, and that's why we want to keep talking with our colleagues about how that will work.
And if I might just add, Chair, we obviously take on board the concerns and questions you've expressed today, but in terms of the way the new framework is put in place and rolled out, there will obviously need to be a period of education targeting the new regulated community, a period of time in which the new framework commences and rolls out, and the new enforcement arrangements are put in place. But it's ultimately going to be a matter for Parliament in terms of the form of what is considered and passed.
Thank you. We now go to questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much. Mr Whitworth, can you tell me if there are any ongoing reporting obligations from the City of Ryde?
Ongoing reporting obligations?
Yes. Are there any?
The City of Ryde, we do not have a performance improvement order over the City of Ryde. I am being careful with my responses. I'm trying to trawl through my memory as to whether there are any. I have the power to ask for information under Section 734A of the Local Government Act. I don't believe that there is any outstanding responses. Obviously, every council has an obligation to provide information to the Office of Local Government from time to time, so I assume that you're not talking about that. You're
No.
after any specific issues. I don't believe that there is. We have asked for material. We have been provided with material. We're examining that material.
Okay, so does that material relate to the illegal transfer of funds from the external reserve accounts to the Ryde Central Civic Centre reserve account? Is that what it relates to? Or?
Respectfully, your words, illegal transfer,
Yep, sure.
not my words. We have asked council for a number of pieces of information relating to its financial processes around the civic. Sorry, too many civics.
Civic Centre?
Civic Centre.
Yep.
I nearly said civic place. Which
Hole on the ground here.
Don't want to go there. The Civic Centre, there is a car park in Eastwood, as I understand it. The library, the Cold Shell Library at the Macquarie Centre and the TG Milner Field. So there's a range of material that we've asked for information around more broadly council's financials and how they've operated. We have also, I have spoken, quite frequently with the General Manager about these issues, and the Audit Office has had quite a detailed series of engagements with Council around the viewpoints as to how the development contributions, because at the heart of it, it was a question around the use of development contributions from an account that has effectively wound up, and the appropriate way in which you could pool those development contributions across. But there were certainly the council certainly did identify to us concerns that money had been potentially earmarked to be spent for projects taken from accounts that were externally restricted, and thankfully the council had also identified that before that those funds were actually spent and they transferred them back.
Do you have any other councils that are under similar reporting obligations or similar lines of investigation at all? Or?
I have a number of councils where we are, as I think I said earlier, our risk management approach means that we're identifying a number of councils where we're talking to them as early as we possibly can about their finances and their concerns. I don't really want to name and shame.
Would you be able to give us a number at all in terms of how many?
Look, it would be probably in the order of about 10. I've given an about figure rather than a precise figure. We
have to take it in the spirit that it's given. Yeah.
We have a regular, as part of our risk management framework, we have a regular meeting called the Emerging Trends and Issues meeting, where we look at council's performance from a financial, from a governance, and a planning. When I say planning, not a land use or Planning Act planning, but a IP&R, integrated planning, reporting planning perspective. And there's probably about 25 councils on that list, but it does change from meeting to meeting.
Okay, thank you. And what is that report? What are the inputs effectively that you take in to make that determination as part of that framework?
So there is information that we obtain from the quarterly business reporting statement that the council has provided. There is information that we obtain as a result of discussions around council decisions that may have a governance implication. That's harder to define as being a particular threshold, but when a council makes a resolution out of the blue to terminate its general manager. We'll talk about that as an example. When a council has challenges with a quorum, we'll talk about that. So there are a range of things, but from a financial perspective, we do have a number of financial measures and benchmarks. We draw them from the quarterly business review statement. Any issues that are flagged with us by the audit office or other integrity agencies, and any concerns that we have as a result of our own analysis of the end-of-year financial reports of the councils.
Thank you, Mr Whitworth. And are there any other behavioural reporting obligations that the City of Ryde is under to continue reporting regularly to the Office of Local Government?
I didn't think I said that they were under a reporting obligation.
Okay, well, sorry, the reports. But are there any reporting obligations when it comes to behavioural matters for the City of Ryde?
No, I don't believe I do.
Only the reporting requirements as required under the code.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you aware if Safe Workers investigated the City of Ryde?
I believe, I don't know that I've been informed formally, but it is possible that that notification has come to the Office of Local Government.
I should jump on that in that one. So we meet with Safe Work regularly in relation to a number in relation to ongoing matters. But a part of our MOU is confidentiality between us and Safe Work in terms of the matters under investigation.
Okay, so that's with respect to which council, not just the specific nature of the matters, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware of any allegations of wrongdoing by a male councillor assaulting a female councillor in the workplace at Ryde Council at all?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Have those investigations been concluded?
Well, firstly, I don't talk about investigations because there is appropriate process. I think that it is unfortunate the things that people report to media, and it's unfortunate the things that people report to media during a council election. I think it is unfortunate when people take action anywhere that would be criminally offensive or inappropriate, and I think it's unfortunate when people try and take advantage of that.
Thank you, Mr Whitworth. Mr Whitworth, are you aware of any of the other additional investigative bodies that might be looking into this complaint?
Perhaps you could be clearer,
Mr. Farlow. I think we've talked about Safe Work. Are we talking about the police as well? Are we talking about any other?
Well, I think it would be up to those organisations to identify whether they're investigating or not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Whitworth. Mr Whitworth, also I understand that the appeal hearing was scheduled for 2:30 with respect to the Liverpool Council matter. Has there been any update as to the result or determination of that?
I've been locked in here, Mr Farlow.
I noticed you looking at your phone occasionally. I wasn't sure if there was anything you could provide the committee potentially.
No, I have no update, and I have no update. Sorry.
So you have no update, nothing concluded?
No.
Okay. Has any agreement been made between the Office of Local Government and Liverpool City Council, to your understanding?
I don't know how I could answer that question differently to the one that I previously answered. I have no update.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was wanting a little bit more detail about the apprenticeship program. Can you explain how it will be delivered? And also, because I did ask the Minister about guidelines, when will they be prepared?
So I think I referenced the earlier evidence that I provided. I had the Office of Local Government had a workshop with a number of interested parties in the delivery of trainees and apprentices on Tuesday. That workshop was designed for the specific purpose of discussing the draft guidelines. I'm very keen to make sure that I have broad input into the draft guidelines before they're formally released. I am eager to have the guidelines out, so they need to be approved by the Minister, because the way in which we give grants is to identify an appropriate funding amount and to create a guideline, and then to use that guideline to ensure that we're allocating them out in an appropriate way. This is the process that is created under the Grants Administration Guide. The Office of Local Government is particularly scrupulous in this, given that these come from Operation Jersey, which was about the Stronger Communities Fund. I think I need to put that on record. The guidelines, the draft guidelines discussed were part of, they will be enabling councils to apply for funds to employ apprentices, trainees or cadets. The guidelines identify that they would be based on the government providing council with funding for the salary plus a percentage of on costs that would then enable the council to go and employ an apprentice, trainee or cadet. The intent would be that the council would seek to identify themselves, based on their own workforce capability planning, how many cadets, apprentices, trainees they would like, and then apply for that. We will use the guidelines and an assessment process to ensure that there is an allocation of those funds that ensures both equity in the availability, but also to ensure that the councils that need those resources most urgently and to deliver programs will be able to receive funding. So I don't want to see the larger councils crowd out the smaller councils, for example. So we would then be talking about applying some of the disadvantage factors that we use in the grants administration funding process. So the financial assistance grants funding process, sorry. So process from here would be hopefully guidelines out before the end of September. Councils have the ability to apply, knowing that once they've applied, they can also start contemplating and seeking expressions of interest, I suppose, from people who might want to come and work for them as an apprentice, trainee or cadet. And then we would be in a position to make funding decisions so that those new starters can start with the beginning of the 2025 academic year.
Okay. And so you did mention about equity. So how would you, like metro versus regional councils, or this is still in the guidelines that you're drafting at the moment? It is.
I mean, I would hate to create a mechanism where we say, we've got funding for 1,300 apprentices. There's 128 councils, so we just divide that. I don't think that's an appropriate or reasonable approach. It also doesn't allow councils to think creatively and say we can work. So if you take the Riverina as an example, the Riverina councils could look at having the Riverina County Council or Goldenfields County Council as being the employer of the trainee or the apprentice, but the work that they do could be shared amongst a number of councils in that region. Similarly, we've talked about whether the joint organisations could do that. It might be a challenge because we need to have the supervisor of an apprentice working in the same organisation that the apprentice is working in, but we want to make sure that we can accommodate that degree of flexibility, which is why I want councils to come to us and say, well, this is what we think we can do, what we would like approval for funding to do. I should also say that this is a $250 million program. It's effectively the first in a more ambitious program to increase the amount of trainees and apprentices in local government by 15%. How we achieve that is going to be quite a challenge. It's going to only come about if we talk about more insourcing of council services, less outsourcing. If we talk about an approach where we are encouraging a transition of skills and expertise from the existing cohorts and of experienced and professional staff into younger and new staff, which also means a commitment by general managers to bring new staff on and to have a churn or a turnover in their workforce.
Mm-hmm. And with the type of apprenticeships, have you are you identifying the type of apprenticeships, or can councils have flexibility in the type of apprentices? And then also on that, knowing that they probably have to go to TAFE, are you sort of talking with TAFE about the types of training that these apprentices will have to do?
Absolutely, we are. I don't want to constrain and say I don't want to be the person that decides we need more carpenters and less landscape gardeners. It's up to the council to make the decision based on their workforce planning and their capability. Yep. We have also involved training services in our process. We have a sort of project control group within the Office of Local Government, and I've invited training services representatives onto that group, the person that's actually managing the government's 1,000 apprentices program, and he's been quite invaluable in giving us advice. We've had TAFE, and we've been talking to TAFE and talking to education to make sure that we can work out ways to connect into their capacities and capabilities of their training network as well. I think our challenge is not a numbers challenge; it's a geography challenge.
Definitely.
It's a case that there may well be the desire to have mechanics in the South Coast, but TAFE's training network doesn't necessarily have the training positions down there, but it does have them in Wollongong or in Canberra or in Queanbeyan, for example. So we are doing all of those things. We are also we have some funding to do work around both council capability but also the training network, to link in. So as I said before, we want to have more insourcing of council services. To have more insourcing, you've got to have more trainees, apprentices, you've got to have a training network that can support that.
Mm-hmm. And just on that, with, say, in rural areas particularly, and you mentioned, the geographics of it, it's not always possible. So sometimes you do have to travel and spend overnight or a week when you're fulfilling your TAFE. Will there be in this funding a component for rural students that have to travel and spend money on accommodation?
We've been asked that question, and the draft, working draft guidelines that we put out to the various stakeholders, I dare say they'll give us some perspective and advice on that. Mm-hmm. My concern obviously is the more money you spend on costs, there's the less number of trainees and apprentices that you can get. Mm-hmm. We are providing councils with 100% funding of the salary and 15% of the on costs as the starting point. Mm-hmm. It would be good. This is also, council should also help us with ensuring that there are tools, that there are supportive environments in which these trainees, apprentices, cadets can work.
Yeah, because some of it could be online, unless it's like with mechanics where that.
And there are also other. This is where you start talking about, or we start talking about pathways between school mm-hmm. and training. There could be pathways, we could be talking about utilising. I think the terminology is school-based training, so that. Any of these sorts of mechanisms we're open to look at, and I want to make sure the guidelines can be flexible enough to accommodate that. But we need to make decisions to let councils start making fundamental real dollar decisions about hiring people, so that they can start mm-hmm. school training, whatever, in January, February next year.
Mm-hmm. And so you said guidelines you hope to have finalised by end of September, was that right?
Finalised and approved and out, and council's able to start formulating their applications.
Yep, okay, all right. I think that's all I had on... Yep, no, that's all on that one. I think we're out of time now.
Is that right? I think we've got about 5 minutes before the break, so I might just grab it if that's all right, just so we can finish up my questions around the pet registry. I just wanted to find out if there was, it sounds like there won't be, but I just wanted to confirm that you're not expecting that there would be any delay on updating the pet registry further, given this new aspect of the puppy farm bill. Is there going to be a revised timeline because of any changes, or are you expecting that it won't impact at all?
Yeah, that's somewhat of a hypothetical in that we're not quite sure what will come out. The work order and the process we're working through at the moment is what it is. However, if as a result of the legislation there are sort of additional requirements, the pet registry would have to assess that at the time.
So it's just an unknown at this point.
That element, yes.
Yeah. In regards to the pet registry as well, it was people came to my office and said that hundreds of cats that were sold by breeders and transferred to new owners in the pet registry had suddenly reverted back to being registered to the original breeders, and other cats were suddenly marked as undesexed when they were previously desexed. I'm assuming that's just ironing out the kinks of the new program, but I'm just wondering if that issue has now been resolved, and if there's any sort of further updates on that one.
Yeah, it's one of the challenges in rolling out new software. We did have a number of those issues in the first 24 to 48 hours when the system was first set up. They were quickly identified, and I myself, my dog, when it transferred over, came through as being undesexed, and I got a note saying your dog is under. I'm like, what? So these were very quickly identified. We set up a very strong hypercare process, which we had in place for 2 weeks after we first launched. And anyone who had any issues was able to either call in or let us know. But those particular two, where for some reason breeders whose animals hadn't been fully transferred or hadn't been properly transferred, when they came across, yep, they reverted back to the breeders. I'm aware of one incident where that happened, but I understand there may have been a few others. And that issue around desexing too was a button in the car registry that hadn't actually been connected properly. So both of those issues, they were the two main ones that happened, and they were both resolved within 48 hours.
Okay, great, thank you. And can I just get a bit of an update around the next steps of the pet registry? Is it still the proposal to consult with vets next, and then rescue groups, and then enforcement? And where are we up to?
So there's work going on around the technical build, obviously, but one thing we're really keen to do is get ahead of what we're going to need for the future project going forward. So certainly we will be consulting with vets as a key stakeholder group, but we also want to start those conversations with councils and with rehoming organisations. And to your point, we've been consulting with breeders throughout the process as well, and we'll look to continue doing that. So I think rather than sort of doing it in stages, we do want to look at ways that we can start to do it concurrently. We're finding out there's a lot of overlap between the different stakeholder groups, so we want to make sure that as we're doing this early design discovery phase, we're able to incorporate everybody's particular needs, wishes, and make sure that when we design the software, it's the best purpose for everybody as we go. So we are looking to get those workshops happening, ideally with those key groups before the end of the year.
Great, fantastic, thank you. It's now 3:30, so we'll break for a short afternoon tea break and be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
give you a pat on the head because
Thank you. Welcome back to everyone. I'm just going to start with some pound data questions, and I'll direct them to you, Mr. Whitworth, to begin with. At the last budget estimates hearing in March, I asked some questions about the 22-23 pound statistics that were published on the OLG website. And there was 10 councils that were listed as no report and hadn't provided any statistics about their pound facility. I know at the time Ms Bishop had said that OLG was taking action in relation to those councils. Are you able to give an update on what's happening there?
Ms Bishop?
Yes, happy to do that. Can't quite get my document open at the moment. However, we took that on notice and we went back and we followed up with those 10 councils. We were concerned to find that some councils were sort of, oh, well, we didn't know we had to report, or, oh, are you still chasing that stuff kind of thing. So we've really taken a much more proactive approach to pound data. As you'd be aware, this year's closed on August 31. We have got a decent amount of, and unfortunately, so I can't open my actual document here at the moment, but just let me see.
As in August 31, as in...
August 31.
No,
as in, yeah, as in
days ago.
Last
sorry,
week.
Last week,
5
yeah.
days ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, just let me see. Oh, here we go. Yes, we have got annual pound data. 73 councils have submitted on time. 15 councils have started but have not completed, and 40 councils have not at this point commenced. And we will be sending a reminder letter out this week for the pound data on that.
Great, thank you.
So it's something we're taking a much more proactive approach now, and looking at whether we need to do additional education on that.
Great, thank you. With the 22-23 statistics, I note that those 10 councils are still no report. Is it safe to assume that they still haven't provided that data since you followed it up?
I'll take that on notice and double check. Yeah, I'll just take that on notice.
If we can, I'm more than happy to take the commitment that if they haven't provided, that I'll personally write to them and encourage them to provide that data. We have, in terms of the use of data and the publishing of data, we recently published the update of the council comparison data, and it took quite a while for it to be compiled because we waited for councils to come in, and we feel that we have to start, as much as I don't like calling councils out for not meeting their compliance publicly, I feel like we've got to start doing that. So Pounds is a good example.
Yeah, fantastic, thank you. When can we expect to see the 23-24 published? I understand obviously there's delays outside of your control, but do you have sort of a rough timeline on that one?
No, as I say, it came in last week. We are still going through it. We would obviously like to chase up some of these outstanding ones because there are a significant number that we believe haven't commenced. But I think normally we have it on the website round about the end of October. So we do take those couple of months just to go through. We're also taking an extra approach to verifying it too, where we get data now that looks a little unusual, or we get too many councils saying zero. We'll go back and just try and verify that. So it does take a little bit of time to go through that assessment and analysis and verification process, but it's usually on the website by the end of October.
Thank you. And I know you said that some of these councils from the previous round had said that they didn't realise you were still collecting that data. Was there any other sort of explanations given, particularly by some of the larger councils, say Strathfield Council, as to why they haven't necessarily provided this?
I think that's probably starting to speculate about what councils would. I would prefer to take that one on notice.
Happy for you to take it on notice, but it was more, have they given you an explanation as to why?
We're happy to provide a sort of compilation of the responses that they've provided.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. This one's probably for Dr. Filmer or Ms. Connell. I'm just wondering how many pound facilities in New South Wales have been inspected by the enforcement agencies since March?
Since March this year?
Yeah.
I've got the figures for the whole of the last financial year, so that's...
Do we know? Because I think I got the figures from you in last estimates, and so that's why I wanted to sort of get an update from the previous estimates, if that's possible.
Yeah, actually I do have that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, just got to read my notes. So there's been... so your question is around the number of them?
Yeah.
Yep. So the Animal Welfare League since then has done one routine inspection of a council pound, and there were no infringements and no cruelty found. RSPCA has done one routine and one complaint-driven inspection, and neither of those had any infringements or animal cruelty involved either.
Okay. So there's been no enforcement action taken against any pound facilities since March?
No.
Thank you. I wanted to go back, Mr. Whitworth. I know Dr. Conn was asking you earlier about the distribution of some of the new funding that's gone through OLG, and you mentioned that you wanted to get a dedicated area for companion animals because at the moment it's somewhat disjointed. I'm just wondering if you can give any further information about that or the plans going forward.
Well, I suppose it is part of the structural review that I want to undertake. It can be somewhat challenging when you have policy prerogatives, legal advice, particularly in terms of coronial inquiries and so on. And there's a disjunct between that and the pet helpline, and then the development of the pet registry, which isn't to say that there isn't discussions and conversations, but it would be, I suppose, easier and neater to have a dedicated, this is the companion animals team with its own director and so on. But that is an ambition, I've talked to the staff about that, but I have not done a formal change management process as yet. As I said to Dr. Conn, we're still in that phase of working through the human resource implications and the method in which we portray that to staff. I hope that I haven't actually freaked any of my staff out by saying this as we speak, but I think they've heard me talk about wanting to get a more integrated way in which we deal with companion animals. Thank you. And in regards to investment to employ additional apprentices and trainees in the local government sector, we've heard a lot in the Pound inquiry about how councils are struggling to find and retain qualified animal care staff. Is this something that OLG is looking into to support councils to help address those shortages? I mean, if a council wants to use the apprentices, trainees and cadets and there is a suitable training program that would enable someone to come in, then more than happy for the councils to put that into their application. That's, as I said, I'm not trying to dictate what trainees, apprentices, cadets we need. We leave that to the councils to decide. I did make the point that the additional work that we want to do is a workforce capability strategy for local government, and some of those challenging areas, what we can do. I mean, we know that we have shortages of planners, we know that we have shortages of engineers, water technicians, I dare say, pound technicians and so on. So more than happy to work out ways in which we can boost those parts of the workforce.
And part of the survey that I referenced earlier in relation to the companion animal grant payments, we did ask questions around numbers of staff per council dedicated to sort of Companion Animals Act issues and companion animal issues. And of the 82 respondents, 60% of council respondents had 5 or fewer staff dedicated to companion animals. So the rationale to that question was looking at what is the need, and if there is going to be changes to the distribution of payments, what can we do to sort of help with that issue?
Without sort of knowing sort of what was in that survey, I'm just wondering if there was any sort of really big takeaways from that survey that you sort of really pulled out of it that you think needs.
Yeah, I think for me the So 50% of metropolitan councils don't have a companion animal management strategy.
Right.
And so that was sort of one of those things that I'll admit, especially when you compared it to the regional response, more of the regional councils did. I think it was over, I don't have the exact number, I'm pretty sure it was over 75% of regional councils did, but only 50% of metropolitan councils did. So that to me was one of those things that probably wasn't as expected. But so yeah.
Interesting, thank you. Mr. Whitworth, in estimates in March, I also asked you about the work you're doing to re-establish the Responsible Pet Owners Group, and you weren't in a position to give an update about it at the time. Am I correct in saying that that's now been re-established?
No.
No?
I'm unfortunately in the same position that I was in March, that I'm unable to give you an update on it. We certainly are aware of its importance. It hasn't stopped us using other methods of engaging with stakeholders across the network. But we unfortunately have not been able to get to the point of re-establishing that group.
Now that there's going to be a bit more funding for OLG, and I understand obviously there's going to be a process of recruitment and various other aspects in regards to that funding, but do you expect that once that funding is in place, groups like this will be able to, sort of...
Look, there's... I wouldn't characterise it as being a challenge from a secretariat perspective. It's probably more... there is a broader scale perspective in government that we have too many committees. There are too many different working groups, etc., boards, etc. So and I do see the sort of trends in government that peak and wane, and I think we're in that point where we're being asked how many independent committees can you sustain, but I wouldn't look. It's not a staffing issue, and it's more just a how do we. I suppose it's a priority issue. We're managing without that group at the moment. We're managing by engaging more directly with stakeholders rather than having a peak group that says we're the peak group to engage. Pros and cons of having it formally established versus continuing as we are.
Okay, so at the moment it's sort of up in the air as to whether it will be re-established.
Yes.
I also, in previous budget estimates hearing, I know I've asked you quite a few times about what OLG is doing to support councils to reduce euthanasia rates, and I know we've talked about resourcing concerns and the fact that OLG was already very stretched. With the new funding that's allocated, is that an area which OLG will look into providing some more support or working towards reducing euthanasia?
I think it is not a magic pudding, our additional resourcing, and the issues around reduction in euthanasia are probably partly around some of the things that Ms. Boyd talked about before in terms of dealing with feral and semi-owned cats, which is a resource-intensive approach. There's better understanding of council's obligations under Section 64B of the Companion Animals Act. There's better understanding of what council's obligations are in terms of their enforcement role. Some of those things we can address through a more targeted delivery of the pet registry or the pet registration funds, which was one of the reasons why we undertook that survey. So I would
So how do you propose that those will reduce euthanasia rates in pounds?
So I think the concern that we've had from a number of people is just councils and council staff understanding what their obligations are. So that's partly a training an educative program. It's partly about an outreach program, making sure that people are aware what they do when they get a seized animal in, or helping them to make sure that their processes and procedures are updated. That sort of outreach work, we can potentially use a different funding allocation under that pet registration fee money. But as we said, we needed to consult with councils on that, because at the moment it's, we get an amount, 80% goes to councils, 20% comes to us, and the 80% gets divided on the basis of the number of registrations they've received. And I think I've made the comment that certain rural councils get $29 a quarter, which doesn't help them in any way, shape or form come up with a new education program for how to deal with seized animals and rehoming of animals and so on. If we could pool that, create a more effective set of education materials, come up with more effective education materials for enforcement officers, it would also help us dealing with dangerous dogs, restricted breeds, etc.
And how do you think that educating the workers in councils will actually reduce the euthanasia? Because I didn't think that's not been something that's been flagged with my officer in the Pound Inquiry as a concern that's caused an increase in euthanasia or would help reduce it.
Well, I think your concern, my interpretation of the concerns that have been put to me in various inquiries have been that councils are not aware of their obligations under 64B to try and obtain a rehoming pathway for an animal. So it would be about reinforcing that and making sure that staff are aware of that.
And we've spoken at a few times at estimates about that companion animals fund, and you've just mentioned it again, and the view that that this fund could be utilised in a different way. Did you have any update on the work that OLG is doing in that space, or any changes that are being proposed?
Mr. Walther can take that up.
Yeah, so following the survey, we did have also some recommendations in the Holland matter from the coronial inquest. What we're doing is, as part of the discussion paper on the Act reform, as well as awaiting the other three coronial inquest recommendations. Some of those recommendations already given do have cost implications for both OLG and councils. So we're going to group those recommendations together and work out how we use the fund better to both respond to the survey results, but also any requirements under out of the coronial inquest.
Thank you. And I also asked at the last estimates about the fact that registered rehoming organisations are required to report annually to OLG, and whether OLG was using that data in terms of compiling anything around rehoming rates and things like that. And I know at the time you said that wasn't something that could be done. Is that something that will ever be reviewed, or is that something that will ever be revisited, or is that something that OLG is not going to isn't willing to consider?
Look, I would like to think that we can ask those questions as part of that companion animals discussion paper that we're talking about. What is the role and function of the rehoming registration? I think that's something that we can certainly pick up in that sense. I am happy to leave it at that, unless Mr. Walker's got anything
as
else.
part of the sort of pound data, the assessment that we undertake, it is looking at sort of cross-referencing that when a council says this animal was received and then went across to this organisation, those numbers do align. But that at the moment is the extent that we use the data.
Thank you. The Office of Local Government has a web page titled Breeder Responsibilities. I'm just wondering if you know who's responsible for that page. Is that OLG, or is it something that's worked on with DPI? I can find a copy of it if you need.
It will mean that I'm looking at my staff and they're all looking at their phones trying to see which page it is that they're dealing
I might
with.
just get you a copy of what we've
I would
printed.
dare say breeder responsibility. It would be we would have compiled that based on a combination of material that we would have from Department of Primary Industries. Thank you. That doesn't. That's a pet registry website. So that's a pet registry website, and it's part of the update of the pet registry details. So, Karen, that means that I will ask you to discuss that.
I've just got a question about it because the website has a section that lists the laws that cat and dog breeders must comply with, but one of the laws listed is the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals General Regulation 2006, which is actually no longer in force. That was replaced by the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Regulation 2012. I'm just wondering how long ago that website was updated.
The website that we're referring to has actually been updated and rebuilt very recently to support the launch of the new pet registry. I'll find out why we are still referencing an out-of-date regulation in that space, but I would expect it's just an inadvertent error.
Okay.
One of the pieces of work that we've been doing is going through and flushing out and updating our website as well. With such an amount of detail on there, there's a few references to out-of-date pieces of legislation and regulations, for example.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you very much. Mr Whitworth, prior I asked you the question about Liverpool City Council's case at 2:30 it was listed. In the break, have you got any updates that you could share with the committee?
I did try and ring, well, I did ring my General Counsel, but she didn't answer, so I don't know what that means, whether that's good portent or bad portent.
Okay. So you have no updates? You're not aware if the matter's been discontinued at all?
I'm not aware whether it's been discontinued. I don't know whether you've got an update from your source, or you've got the inside running.
I hear rumours, but that's why I thought I would ask one of the people who were listed as
yes, I know
as a respondent in the case.
I find this is a delicious irony that I'm here, being held accountable in a public inquiry process when that's what the whole court case is about. But
okay, so there's nothing further that you can shed light on to the committee?
Not that I can provide, but again, I am here. I tried to call my General Counsel, not been able to get hold of her. I've not been given a UP or a thumbs up or a thumbs down. So I continue to stay on the arena.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me.
I just have one further question. Sorry, and this is, I think, perhaps for Dr. Filmer, or it might be for Ms. Connell. We've discussed previously the Animal Welfare Code of Practice breeding dogs and cats, and the concern from across the industry and animal protection organisations is that this code is outdated. Has any further work been happening within the DPI to update this code alongside the work that's happening in respect to the bill on puppy farming?
I can take that question, Chair. So, we understand some issues were raised in previous hearings about the intersection between the code and the regulation. And as you'd be aware, the regulation is subject to staged repeal. So we're in the process of organising the process for the regulation to be published as a draft as part of the staged repeal process, with a view to it being remade by the 1st of February next year. So that's an opportunity to look at some of those issues. But there's also consideration being given to the range of codes under the regulation. I think there are about 9 or 10.
Great, thank you. Is there any government questions? No. In that case, thank you to everyone here today. And for your attendance and for all your time giving answers. The committee secretary will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions that were taken on notice and any supplementary questions. And thank you again, and enjoy your early, Mark.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for your courtesy to my staff.